Correction. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. It is the kickoff hour. Yeah, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're speedy-less today. We'll fill you in on that. No big deal. He's fine. Just took a day. You can take a day, Speedy. Lots to catch up on today. We got a Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. We have some Buffalo Wild Wings up in here in a little bit, Gregory.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk to Herbie Newell from Lifeline Children's Services. Present him with a check, and then we'll give you another opportunity to support the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge the following Monday, September the 27th, not the 22nd, benefiting Beckett's Blessing Box. We'll give you more information on that here in a little bit. Right now, we're kicking it off. Gregory, how are you, sir?
I'm great. Got here early.
Yeah, you did.
Just chipper as I could be, as usual. And just ready to kick off another day.
Well,
Look,
I like this attitude.
Well, you know, you got to embrace it when you leave the house in pitch black. And at least it wasn't raining. You know?
I understand you hit your snooze a little bit.
I hit my snooze one time longer than I normally do. So, you know, I like to get here. I was about 10 minutes off when I like to get here.
For those of you
8 minutes to be exact.
For those of you that don't know, Greg lives an hour and 15?
Yeah.
Hour 20?
Yeah, in the evening's close to an hour and a half because it's a little slower on the traffic, but it's about hour 20.
And you get here before anybody else, which I think is great.
I get here real early because we have some checks we have to do, and if they 99.9% of the time, technical stuff that it works, you know, getting up with the satellite and all. But if it doesn't, you need time to get it working. So, in my luck, if I showed up at 10 till, I would send all the tones, and they would go, "Oh my goodness, well, y'all aren't on the air." So, you know what I'm saying? So, majority of the time, it's unnecessary to get there quite that early. But you know, you don't want to rush in and have a problem, and then because we did that one time. I mean, I didn't get a problem, but I remember one time we tried to do the show, and we had a technical. We couldn't go on the air.
Yeah.
It's happened. Well, it happened a couple times. Remember when the generator didn't come on? You remember that? Me and you Speedy down there jumping it off with his truck.
Correct. We used jumper cables. Yeah. That was interesting. I live 3 minutes away, so I normally show up between 4:30 and 4:45.
Yeah.
Knowing we go on the air at 5:06. But anytime we're a man down, I get here early. So
that's right.
It was 4 o'clock for me this morning when I was here, which is fine. That's part of it. Probably should get here at 4 o'clock every day.
See, I have a point on the way I come to work. There's this one red light. It's about 50 minutes from my house, and I know from that red light to this studio is exactly 1 hour.
Funny.
So when I pull up at that red light, I look at the clock and go, okay, today I looked, and I said, I'm going to be about 7 after.
You know what you're getting into at that point.
So I've done it a couple of times over 15 years, 14, whatever how many it's been. It's been a lot.
Well, I need a ruling from you today. I told Amanda I was going to ask you and Speedy, but since he's not here, I'm going to ask you at some point during this hour. And it's nothing. It's kind of silly, to be honest with you.
I mean, so you're going to actually are you just kind of feeling it
out?
No,
I think you're going to land in my court here, so you're gonna agree with me on this. Maybe not. I don't know. But I said, you know what? I think I'll let the guys rule this, and whatever they say, I'll do.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a step out.
And it's silly. It's nothing.
Nothing
major.
monumental. Yeah. So yeah.
I'll tell you what was major yesterday is I jumped into my cardio tennis clinic I've been doing.
How's that feeling?
It's good.
You a little sore?
You know, I wish there
what
was
is cardio tennis?
See, I knew.
Is tennis itself not cardio?
It is, but this is so we have on Tuesdays you
got to play it while running on a treadmill. What?
No, but I'll tell you this: sometimes it's rough. Usually I look up it's an hour long, and usually I look up about 40 minutes in, and like, wow, you gonna make it today? I mean, it's rough. So, but it's good. It's good rough. The instructor puts us through things tennis wise we would never do on our own as 40-year-old men. There's about 8 to 10 of us on Tuesdays, and we have 2 courts, and so we do all these drills just constant. We never stop. We never take a break. The only time we stop doing anything is to take 2 or 3 minutes to pick up the tennis balls and go again.
Yeah.
And we've got baskets full. And but we have, so depending on how many guys and how many, so like yesterday we had 9 guys. So when you're playing doubles or when you're on a court, you can have 4 on a court. So we had 4, and then we had a station where we have these different exercises that we do. I don't know what this is called.
Oh, with the ropes.
The ropes.
Yeah, that's a popular thing.
We had that. We had the weighted jump rope. We had this ladder. You know the ladders you run through? We had a ladder that we had to do push-ups, and when we did a push-up, we had to move to the next ladder.
Okay.
So I'm saying the stage of the ladder.
Yeah.
And that going down. So basically what we did was we had this court doing drills, this court doing drills. So you're tired anyway because it's nonstop. And then when you're the odd man out, it's rotating. We do every minute we rotate. So we're doing drill, we rotate, and then you get to this and you get to choose which one of those you get to do. I, for some reason, pick the ropes. To me, now it wears me out.
Yeah, I've never done a lot of the rope thing, but that's really popular now.
The push-up ladder thing I did a couple times, but the weighted jump rope was that jump rope was a little heavier than I wanted it to be. That we had there sitting there too.
Oh, is it a weighted jump rope?
Yes, I saw the jump rope sitting over there. And I
hit
thought,
myself in the back of the head with one time because I got tired, and I'm gonna tell you, it hurts.
Well, I thought I'm gonna do the jump rope. I can jump rope, so this will be easy. And then I got over there and it was a weighted one. I'm like, crap.
Yeah, those are bad. Like I said, I got tired and it clipped the back of my head, and I was like, oh my goodness.
Well, so I had that in my world yesterday, and then I did something that I have not done. I tell you what, we'll go to commercial break, and then I'll tell you what I did that I've never done before, never in my entire 43 years of living on the planet, and then I need a ruling from you.
All right, I'm gonna put a ruling down.
So, and again, it's silly, but it's it was a conversation that was actually going on in my house, and so I said, well, I'm going to ask the guys what they think.
All right, so we'll take a ruling on that. Yeah. See what happens.
And then there's a new show coming out I got to ask you about at some point where you're at on that.
Okay.
And turns out I may have missing white woman syndrome.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't realize that. I think someone missing murdered doesn't matter what color they are. That's just me.
Rick and Bubba.
mustard gravy, please.
20 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hours, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, I have a question for you, and this is going to impact my world pretty greatly.
How you, a lot of responsibility you're putting on me here.
Answer this. Two things dog related. We have a new dog, Coco, mini Australian
New
Shepherd.
family member.
And that's going to be this segment. So if you don't like dogs, I'm sorry. But here's what's going on. I get up in the mornings, and the first thing I do is take the dog out.
Yeah.
Let her use the restroom, bring her back in, get her settled, and then I get ready for work. Well, Amanda has called on that I am simply getting up in my underwear, putting flip-flops on, and taking the dog outside. And she says that I can't be walking around in my underwear outside.
Now let me think here.
And so
your neighbors, you're good, I think, from the side view.
Correct.
Now, if you're on the deck,
I normally take her to the front.
Oh, even that.
Yeah.
I think the time of the day, you're clear.
That's what I'm going with.
That's it. That's the only thing getting. Now, if it's 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe not.
No, I wouldn't. The only reason I do this is because it is between 3:30 and 4 in the morning.
And you just kind of want to do it.
I hadn't.
You want to say I'm outside my underwear.
I hadn't really thought about it.
Happen a lot.
I hadn't really thought about it, but I am shirtless, underwear. And that's important. What kind?
I hope you lock yourself out one time. That'd be funny.
They're boxer briefs.
Yeah. Now, if they were whitey tighties, that would really be good.
And so when I what brought this up was a couple of days ago. I
think you get a pass because the time of day.
Well, and that's what I've been going with, and
I can get away with it in my house. I could probably do it even later because nobody can see me.
You could probably walk out there completely naked and nobody would care.
Probably wouldn't do that, but
no,
yeah.
I know.
But where you're at, once the sun gets up good and people get to moving, and still though I don't know. I think I had a chance then, but definitely. On the time of day that you're doing this, I'm 100% behind that.
So you're good with me doing it?
Yeah. It's got to be refreshing, especially when we get a little fall weather. It's really going to be
refreshing. And I realize when it gets real cold, I'm not going to be able to do it. But
let's see how long you can do it and how deep you can get in the winter.
Okay. All right.
When you finally go outside.
And I'm not doing it because I want to do it. I'm doing it because
you're an exhibitionist.
No, Greg. I'm about to get in the shower, and I don't see any sense in putting clothes on to go outside for 5 seconds and then come back in.
It's valid.
So that's – and I don't want to get a shower first, get ready, and take her out because if some accident happens or something goes on and I get dirty, then I got to go change again.
I mean, could you have a pair of gym shorts to pull on real quick? Yeah, you could. Is it necessary?
The underwear I'm wearing looks like gym shorts.
Yeah.
Kind of, from a distance.
I think I would do it.
All right. So let it be said, let it be written, whatever order that's supposed to go in, and I am going to continue through as much of the winter as I can.
Now it's a challenge.
By the way, I can't stand cold weather, so it will be a challenge.
So here's this is the ruling. I think it's acceptable.
Okay.
And so we've established that. Now we've gone to the next phase, which is the challenge.
Okay.
And we're going to see how deep into winter can you do it.
Okay.
What is going to be the point where you got to tell you what?
Something else dog related that I did yesterday that I've never done this, Greg.
Are you regretting the dog yet? Yes or no?
No, not at this moment. Loving the dog at this moment. Now it's early. Now I'm being on record. It's early, and when they get about 6 months, that 6 month to a year stage can be rough.
Yeah,
it's the terrible.
They're so cute
as kids.
They're so. Oh, there you go. They're so cute and lovable when you first get them. You give them a pass. Oh, I know he's messing that up, but God, look at him.
And I don't. I'm not. Hopefully, I'm not jinxing it by saying this. I'm not really a big mojo guy, but here's the deal. I think for the first time in my life, I may have a good dog. Like a really, really
first time in your life.
For the first, I mean, very well behaved, smart.
Not a lot of chewing.
No, and it's everything is just, again, that 6 month to a year and a half is rough. I get it, but I'll tell you, this will tell you all you need to know. To your point, am I regretting the dog? Do you realize I picked up the dog yesterday, got in the car with the dog, and we went to a park and I walked the dog.
So you're not that guy that goes I don't just go out in the yard with the dog. I actually go somewhere to walk.
I took the dog to a park and walked.
Did you scoop any poop?
Just me and the dog. I had to use one of those bags.
Oh, my goodness. that's
a little gross. But I had
Can't you
to.
just sling it off to the side or something?
With what, Greg? See, with
it don't
the
have
bags,
the scooper.
yeah, with the bags, you just reach down, then pull it inside out, tie it up, and there's trash cans there. It's just who likes to fill that even through a bag? But I mean,
it's
seriously,
warm.
It is a little warm and smells awful.
Yeah.
But I actually and it was all my idea. I was sitting there, so I got home from my little tennis thing, and I had about an hour.
Cardio tennis.
Yeah, did that, then went and ran carpool. And then when I got back from carpool, I realized, okay, I got to take Braden and Caroline to tennis, and I'll drop them off. Amanda's doing the horse lesson today, so I don't have to deal with that. And so I found myself with about an hour and a half of zero to do, and I thought, you know what, just don't just sit here. Get up and do something. And that hit me. I thought, you know what, I could take Coco to the park. And
so I loaded him up.
Loaded her up.
Took her to a
got the leash.
A location.
Yes.
She had one of them harnesses on?
No, we've got a harness, but for some reason I just go collar. Because you know why? Because she's actually likes to walk with the leash, which is another good thing.
Well, then you don't see. Whenever I have to take Buddy to the doctor, which is just off the chart. It's just he don't want to get in the truck. He don't. Yeah. Anyway, I've had to put a collar on him. Well, he's not used. Well, I have to nearly choke him. I feel bad. I end up just reaching out and picking him up. Yeah. Of course, he's 50 pounds. But anyway, because he won't move, and I don't want to choke him out. You see what I mean? So you're saying Coco likes the collar. She doesn't fight it.
It doesn't fight. It's that standard itch thing where you'll scratch every once in a while, but she doesn't fight it at all.
Oh, man, Buddy does.
I just give her a little, or, hey, Coco, and she just comes on. And I wore her out, and I wasn't even going to say anything to the family because I knew they'd make fun of me taking the dog on a walk because it's just not me. It's not.
That's what I was going to say. They were going, "Who are you?"
Right,
where's my father?
And so everyone gets home, and Coco is laid out on the vent, just dog tired. No pun intended. I mean, just
good place to be.
Completely out. And usually when everybody shows up, she's all happy and going over there, and and she's just out and didn't move. And Amanda said, "Is something wrong?" And I said, "No." I said, I took her on a little walk. And she said, "You did what?"
Yeah, I took my dog, got my leash.
I said, "What?" She said,
got my bag.
She goes, "Where did y'all
up with?
Where did y'all go?" And I said, "We went up to the church where that park is." And she said, "You actually left here with the dog, went, and that's what you were actually doing. Like you actually intended on taking." I said, "I did. It was intentional." And she's just caught off guard by it.
Well, yeah.
She goes, "I don't know who you are."
That's what I was going to say. Sure, of course they were.
Yeah.
And that ain't going to last. Are you going to teach her to jog with you? You know how people have a dog that jogs them step by step? Buddy tries to do that when I run up and down the driveway, and then he gets bored. He'll go with me first stretch, and then I'm coming back. He'll veer off into the pasture, and I'll look. He's over there chasing like some kind of weird bird or something.
Yeah.
But he tries to. I always wanted him to run with me and be my running pal.
Well, if I ran,
he gives me one stretch.
I feel like she would do that. I just feel like she's turning into that kind of dog that would do pretty much whatever I want her to do.
So you'd be like I was watching the movie Rocky the other day when he had Butkus, and Butkus would run with him. I always wanted a dog to do
Forgot
that.
about that name.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But I can't get Buddy to run with me long.
Well,
he starts out like he's all into it, but he fades.
Well, it turns out I'm a guy now that takes dogs to the park.
You're a dog guy. Yeah. How about that?
Looks like it.
Yeah, load up. Did you tell me to load up? She'll jump right in there.
She can't jump in there yet, but she went straight to the car.
Yeah. Now she expects it. You've started something.
Sure. Maybe the other family members would get involved too, but I just didn't want to waste time.
I got a feeling you'll do it 2 more times and then you'll be done with it.
Probably.
Yeah. And they'll be spread out pretty far between.
The bag and manure caught me off guard.
That hurts.
It's the first time I've had to do that at anywhere, really.
You talking about pick up a handful of doo-doo?
Yeah, that was rough.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour, so kickoff hour, Rick and Bubba show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Greg, who we got today?
Hey, how about this? This portion of the program is sponsored by Gabby.com/Bubba. Do you know what Gabby stands for?
Get a better insurance.
Get a better insurance. Prices of just about everything, they're rising. That means we all need to look for ways to save where we can, so you can start saving on your auto insurance with Gabby.com/Bubba. What they do is they go shopping for insurance, and you know, they do all the work for you. It's a true comparison platform that uses your current policy to compare your coverages with 40 of the top insurance providers like Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers. I mean, these are legit companies. What we like is they are using your current coverage. They only show you policies that are the same or better than what you have. Gabby.com/Bubba has been featured in TechCrunch, Forbes, USA Today, and it's free to use. And they will never sell your info, so there's no annoying spam or robocalls, because we all hate that. Listeners of our show who have switched are saving, on average, $80 a month versus their previous policy. That's pretty awesome. Think about that, $80. Wouldn't that help you? Of course it would. Let's see how much you can save. Go to Gabby.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Well done,
Get a better
sir.
insurance.
I am holding a pile of stories, and
here's one I like because I'm in the middle of remodeling the house. And this story really got my attention.
I've noticed this is because I love handing you 4 or 5 different ones and just seeing which angle you go. It is interesting. Now, for those of you that are emailing, we are going to address the Conor McGregor first pitch during the big show. We have seen it, and it is excellent, and we're trying to figure out – I'm trying to figure out –
on purpose?
Was that on purpose? Did he just – I have not seen his reaction or quote from it, but hey, that is a dandy worth the watch, and we will show it in the big show today.
His personality, it may have been on purpose.
Yeah. It almost looks that way. Interesting.
All right,
so
look,
we will watch that at some point.
Definitely. We are the show that covers all first pitches.
Yes.
Have you ever
if you
noticed
throw
that?
a bad first pitch or sing a bad national anthem, you're going to hear it here.
Every time. We're not going to let it go. All right, a little real estate talk here. You know, hey, housing prices are I mean, if you're selling, it's a seller's market.
It is.
How about this?
Like mine to go up.
This is in Boston, okay? Now, we obviously know the cost of living's a little high up there, but this house is 10 foot wide. Understand?
Very unique.
10 feet. That's not
that.
much. Sold for $1.25 million. And I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Very narrow.
Yeah.
It's been, fixed up really nice, but hey guys, $1.25 million. The house is 10 feet wide. Did you see that? They call it the skinny house.
Yeah, they do.
It's 1,165 square feet. And it goes up 3 floors. And the legend, have you seen the legend on how the house got there? That's interesting.
It is interesting. That's one of the main reasons.
It said 2 brothers inherited the land sometime around the Civil War, so that's been a minute.
Yeah.
One of them went away to fight, and he came home to find that his brother had built a house bigger than his share of the land.
Yeah.
So he just had to build a skinny house to fill the space that his brother had pretty much infringed on his cut. And then, in spite of him, he built it to block off an entry to the bigger house, too, they claim. That's part of the story. But anyway.
What a feud.
So this is $1.25 million for a 10-foot wide house. Now, granted, it's got 3 levels, but it's still tight.
Yeah, a little over 1,000 square foot, but still, that's and it's in between what looks to be
1,000 square feet,
2 apartment buildings. The way it settles in there, I don't know. It's very interesting.
I would love to know what the person who fixed this up, what they paid for it. I would like to know that. I don't see that in the article, and what kind of profit we turning. I bet it's a good one.
Love the inside of it. It's
look, if
it's
you're gonna
awesome.
have a 10-foot wide house, this is a nice house, but $1.25 million.
Well, a lot of steps to deal with too. I mean, when you start going vertical like that.
It said it's a family, and the kids are going to have bunk beds, and the parents will have I guess they're in, but like one bedroom that's big enough to put anything in, from what I'm looking at here. But how about that? Now it is nice.
It is.
But $1.25 million.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, the story I want to know is who bought it, who fixed it up, and what they paid for it. I bet it was a pretty profitable little deal.
Probably so. It looks nice. I'd like to have
10 feet, guys. 10 feet.
I'd like to go stay in it.
All right, if I start at one wall and go to the other
in
side, think about your house. Start at one side, walk to the other. In this case, it's 10 feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Greg, we have. There's not. How far are we? How far is this? This is that's 20 foot right there.
Oh yeah, at least
studio.
So now, like I say, it goes on up, but it does. It's a little narrow for me.
I want to jump into these other
1.25.
stories, but I do want to ask you a question. Have you seen, and this is coming up in the next couple days, I believe, the reboot of the Wonder Years. Have you seen?
You know, I have seen the commercials for it, and it's based in Alabama, right?
I believe Montgomery. I think one of the. Step out there. I don't know. I've heard an Alabama tie, but it's a black family in Montgomery, middle class but black family in Montgomery. I loved the Wonder Years growing up.
I did too. I mean, I was already grown, but I loved it.
The Fred Savage. Yeah. I loved it.
The narration.
Yes, and
it's
so
that curly-headed guy that's an actor that when you saw it was him, you said, "Well, I didn't realize it was you."
It says, like the original, it will start in 1968.
Yep.
This will be a totally new family, totally new characters, a different city, a different environment.
Winnie's not in it.
But the themes, loved Winnie, by the way. Had a crush on Winnie.
Well, sure you did.
But the themes and the way that the show will all be intact. So I will probably give it a run.
Oh, I'll give it a look.
Yeah.
I like those nostalgia type of shows. And I like I said, I was a fan of the Wonder Years, so why would I not give it a chance? There's not a lot of television that I watch. You're talking about like network programming, so I need something. So the guy Dole Hill is the father, and he actually, and this is going to be, it takes you back to me, West Wing. He's the president's assistant back in like late 90s, early 2000s, and then he played in Suits as well. Oh, it's two of the shows you like.
So he's the dad in this show.
When's it start, does it say?
I think it may start tonight.
Okay. Well, I'll check it out. Maybe.
Step out
you
there,
never know.
Do
it on out there.
Maybe Thursday. I don't know.
Just say you don't know.
I don't know. I don't know when it starts, Greg. How about
so
that?
You don't know.
I don't know.
You don't give up. It's got to be soon, or wouldn't be talking about it.
Greg, I'm all about people's rights for cremation and making those decisions. You know, I'm okay with it, but I'm not okay with. First of all, I don't like the fact that NFL players are wearing necklaces during games.
I've never understood that because I think that's got to get ripped off.
But we've got an interesting one here. A necklace containing ashes from Aaron Jones's father is found in the Green Bay end zone.
So he was wearing it during the game, obviously.
He was.
And
running
somehow
back.
It got ripped from his neck.
Yep.
Which anybody who wears jewelry, even the baseball players, I'm thinking it just didn't look comfortable. But in football especially, I mean, if it comes out there, I mean, somebody's going to yank it.
So listen to this. This is very interesting. So the Packers running back, Aaron Jones, lost the necklace while scoring a touchdown at Lambeau Field and said the precious item was found the next morning. So he knew it was gone, but they didn't find it until, I guess, the field
That's
crew.
a lot of field to cover.
It is. It is.
Of course, he could go, I did score, so maybe that happened.
Yeah. I just don't know about wearing a necklace
I've seen
with ashes in it, number one, much less during an NFL football.
I've never understood that. So. And like I say, I really don't understand why in baseball you got jewelry hanging all over you.
How about he wore the necklace Monday night as a tribute to his father, who died at the age of 56 from COVID-19 complications.
How about that? Wow. So he recently passed.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad he found it, but you're risking it when you wear. I bet he won't wear it anymore. You know, he did his tribute, got it, found it, then at risk of losing it again, I bet he doesn't pull that.
I know we've been dog heavy today, but did you know a Chicago suburb attempted a world record for largest dog wedding ceremony?
First of all, I didn't know if there were enough dog weddings to have a record about the largest. Is there a dog wedding place?
Well, and there's verbiage in here that concerns me a little bit. Look, I know I've made major steps forward with my dog love and taking dogs to parks to walk. Get that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they were hoping to gather more than 178 canine couples.
Which means the current record is what, at 176 or 7?
I think it's 178.
Canine couples.
So does that mean does that mean the dogs have to be together?
Yeah. You got to have a couple.
That's weird.
Wow.
They
said this previously.
Can a single dog not show up to this wedding?
No, he's not invited. How about they said that November of 2008, an attempt at the record was at the same park. So how about this? The attempt featured 87 canine couples, falling short of the record-setting number of 178. which was seen in Littleton, Colorado in 2007. That's where the record came from. Okay.
What is
an official wedding for a dog?
I don't know.
You just show up with 2 dogs and we call that a wedding?
I don't know.
Is there a preacher?
Is there a ceremony?
Is the preacher a person or is he a dog? Huh?
These are all valid questions, Greg. I don't know.
I don't know.
What would it take for you to take Chloe to a wedding?
To a wedding?
Dog wedding.
Well, I don't want Chloe. She's not. There's no male dog out there good enough to take care of Chloe, so I probably wouldn't. It wouldn't have my blessing. But she did say, "How about this? Have you seen this? Pet owners whose dogs don't have mates to marry can participate in a round of doggy speed dating to find the appropriate spouse right before the ceremony." That was what I. So what if I took Chloe, and we did doggy speed dating, and I would want Chloe. She would have to. It would have to be another Chihuahua. I don't want her marrying out of her breed. She's too small.
To each his own, but this is weird. This is over the line for me.
It is. How about doggy speed dating? I like that.
I don't want any part of this.
Oh, Coco would have loved it.
You talking about a lot of poops.
Coco's too young to get married, first of all.
Bag of poops, yeah. We're not.
Oh, I bet there was doggy doo everywhere. Good night. I bet there's stench in there.
When we get back, Greg, I want to talk about a Hall of Fame that I did not know existed.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
Yes, you are, and they will join us next. Helmsy here alongside Greg, Burgess, Adler, everything TV, video, rocking that YouTube. Hello. Today, Greg, Buffalo Wild Wings will be joining us. Lifeline Children's Services, Herbie Newell, will collect a check for that wonderful organization, and then we'll give you another opportunity Monday, September the 27th, benefiting Beckett's Blessing Box. We'll dig into that a little deeper here as the show rolls along.
When's
Greg?
I
think probably in about an hour from now.
Okay, I'm ready.
I am too. What you got over there?
How about I didn't realize this existed.
I didn't either.
But the 2021 Toy Hall of Fame finalists have been announced.
So we have a Toy Hall of Fame.
All right, we got a lot of toys out there. Over the years, think about them. I didn't know there was a Hall of Fame.
Didn't either.
Now, this going in this year, the final. Well, this is the finalist. Okay, billiards, which I don't get that.
I don't understand. That's not a toy to me.
Now, this next one I get. Cabbage Patch Kids.
That's a toy.
Fisher Price Corn Popper.
That's a toy.
My Home. I don't know
Never
what that
heard
is.
of that.
Masters of the Universe. I think those are action figures, right? A pinata.
I don't know where I fall. Is that a toy?
Pinata's not a toy. It's a party favor.
Yeah.
No, and they never work right. You have to hit them real hard. It's a Risk Sand. Do you know what that is?
Is it Risk and then sand, or is it
No,
just,
you're right. It's
yeah.
What,
so
what,
Risk,
just sand?
So yes. So hold on. So Risk is a toy that you or I, either one, don't know what that is.
And then sand.
Sand.
Like
I
a
don't.
sandbox, I guess. I thought it was Risk Sand, but you're right. There's a comma there.
So I think
and something called the Settlers of Catan and a toy fire engine.
Toy fire engine makes sense.
So
sand,
when we say
I don't know.
just sand,
yeah,
because of sandbox, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So a couple things here. I don't think billiards belongs. I don't. But here's the thing. I've been looking at other past inductees. This is dating back to the 90s. Okay, that we've been doing this. And I see things on this list that probably, in my opinion, shouldn't be on it. Like Twister, the game Twister. That's not a toy. That's a game.
So that should have its own Hall of Fame.
Scrabble. It's on. A game. It was inducted in 2004.
Shouldn't they have their own Hall of Fame?
I think so.
I would like lawn darts, which has been voted the most dangerous toy of all time. It has, by the way. We had them. Did you ever see a lawn dart? That was for your time. You had these big circles that you would put in the grass, and you had these darts. They were huge and they were heavy. And look, and you would sling them up in the air, and they would come down, and you try to land in the circle. Well, you'd throw them so high, and you'd lose sight of them. Everybody take off running, and try not to get hit by it. But that, and then when I was a kid, if I had toys, I liked cars, any type of car. I had Matchbox cars, Hot Wheels.
All right, two questions for you. If you have to today, as a 50-plus-year-old man, have to go home today and play with one toy and play a game, what are your go-to choices there?
All right, the toy. I used to have this one toy, and I'm going by toys I had.
Okay, so you're not necessarily looking at it as what I would like to do as a 50-year-old man, because none of us really want to play with toys. You want to go back to your childhood. Okay.
One time I had this motorcycle, and it was like a ramp, and there was a tube that you set the motorcycle on, and you pumped it, and it pumped air, and it get the tire, and then you hit a switch, and that thing would take off.
Yeah.
And the way our house was, we had a car porch. We didn't have a garage, and we had like a little patio, and I could build a ramp, and I would run him off that ramp, and he would fly the length of the car porch. It was awesome.
Was that as a kid?
I loved it. That, and then my favorite board game was probably. Let me think. I like Sorry. You remember Sorry?
Yeah.
And again, even though I never could end it right, but I liked Monopoly for some reason.
Yeah, I did.
We never could end though. I never knew who won.
Monopoly actually was inducted into this Hall of Fame. Sorry, not. I was not I hate to even admit this. I remember playing with G.I. Joes.
Oh, I had G.I. Joes.
And I remember playing with He-Man.
Okay.
You remember the He-Man?
I do. That came out after my time, obviously, but I do remember that. Now, of course, our G.I. Joes were different than y'all's. We had the big ones.
Yeah, we had. Yeah,
and then I had all the GI Joe like helicopters and all the Jeeps and all that went with it.
It's our deal.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you this. So now that I would consider Play-Doh as a toy, would you?
Yeah, because you get the Play-Doh pumper.
So I think
shave and a haircut.
I think if you consider Play-Doh as a toy, you'd have to consider sand.
I'll give sand.
Yeah, I will too. Because it even comes in little packages now.
And there are certain little sand things. You remember the ones that you would stack up and it would be different colors. Okay. And a sandbox. I mean.
All right, here's two I want to throw at you. Do you think wiffle ball should be included with toys?
I think so.
I do too. It was inducted into the Toy Hall of Fame in 2017.
Do you remember the wiffle ball bat, the yellow one, and it had the ball and the little thing on top mounted, and they'd have them like shoved down in like almost like a trash can, and you would pick them out because they'd wear out. You had to keep buying them. You'd lose. I remember you could buy the balls individually because we were serious about it. We'd tape them up with black tape.
Nintendo Game Boy. Any of the gaming systems, do you consider those a toy?
I think they have their own category.
I do too. But what would you say about pinball machines?
See, pinball to me goes with billiards, ping pong, that type of thing.
Okay.
Is that a toy?
Well, pinball was actually
you could ask for it
the
for
Hall
Christmas and get one.
Nintendo Game Boys were. I would think the Nintendo Game Boy is more of a toy.
The Game Boy,
because that's not a huge gaming system. That's just a toy that you have in mobile kind of device.
Do you remember? You don't remember it because again, I'm a lot older than you.
You're not that old.
The Game Boy reminds me. There was Mattel or somebody made this football handheld game, and all it was a little bitty light. They go beep 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 beep, and it was the most ridiculous thing, and we played it like crazy, and it was the most. We thought it was sharp, but now I look back on it, it was just little dots, and you would and it was a little football game that you ran down.
Yeah, I didn't play that one.
But it wasn't like players. It was just little dots on a football field, and we'd be.
I do remember that. I actually know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, listen, we thought that was high tech, son.
Now, at what point in life did you get rid of your Easy Bake Oven?
My sister had one. You're right. Didn't get that one.
I did not know there is a Toy Hall of Fame, and we
induct
toys every
single year.
I will say
year. The Easy Bake should be in it.
It is, by the way. That's how I knew. That's how it hit me.
Make a cake with a light bulb. You can't beat it.
All right, the boys, Rick and Bubba, are next. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. How about it? Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour starting right now. This hour, ever since 20 years ago, the attack on 9/11, we've started with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Yeah, come on. Uh-huh. Thank you, Dr. Funkenstein. Much to do going forward on the program today. Will of Meat back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler here. Speedy out today, taking care of family. He will be back with us hopefully tomorrow. So we'll watch that. We'll get into all the stories of the day today. We do have a charity charge update. We'll tell you how much money you raised for another great organization. And then we'll give you another opportunity to participate again in the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. That also means, and I can feel the electricity in here. It means the Buffalo Wild Wings is being delivered to the plaza today. I can feel it. I can feel it. Right there he sits. Somebody else excited about it. The Silver Tongue one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup. Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
If you swear dog, you're bound to fall. They thought they're kidding you. You take it serious, Greg. I mean, look at you now. Laugh about, yeah. That was hanging now. Come on, Bobby. Talk so loud. Seems so proud. Where you gonna scrounge that meal from, Greg? You makes me. Somebody say it. So how does it feel? How does it feel? Be without a home. Like what, Bubba? A complete unknown. Everybody say Rolling Stone. Like a Rolling Stone. There's Bob Dylan. Hey, Bob. So,
Hey, Bob.
Greg, I know that you are full of music history, and apparently so's Bubba.
Yeah, now you got to watch Bubba. He'll hang on to something just from left field.
But by the way, that group text last night, at one point, I didn't know where we were going and where we were coming.
Well, I can explain what happened if you want to update.
Well, but I'm just saying,
we'll promote the show and then I'll tell you.
Okay, because what
I sometimes something comes up on the radar.
Yeah.
And it's always
instead of just seeing it as a dot, I go, I'm going to dive in and unpack it.
Rick, he came in one day for 2 days and gave us the history of Ace of Base.
I know
Don't
he
forget
did.
that.
I know he did.
He got caught in that wormhole, couldn't get out of it.
Greg, at one
another baby.
Greg, at one point last night, I thought, and this is what I thought.
You mean Swedish pop group?
There they are.
Greg,
You love that.
By the time I was done last night, I'd come to the conclusion that Cliff Sims and Bob Carey had done a duet in a remake of My Sweet Lord.
That's what I thought.
And they were debuting it on the travel show. I was like, what is all this thrown together? What a montage in here.
Yes, what's happening?
Yeah,
Well, I will explain
it was a good little stew.
I will explain it next segment.
Okay, all right. So what's going on today? What are we doing today?
Well, we got more information on the young lady that's been missing.
I know. God bless.
Yeah, we can't
Gabby
talk about that.
Petito.
Yeah.
And
talk about it.
Is it bad?
It's white girl missing syndrome.
Yeah,
We've already got
Joy Reid has
We don't need,
claims
make too big a deal about it.
that we're all suffering from missing white girl syndrome.
Has she lost
I
her
don't
mind?
think I even thought about
Where's
this story. I didn't race and never entered my mind.
Can I ask
the
Joy
other-
Behar? And I saw
No, it's not her. It's Joy Reid.
Joy Reid. Yeah. I saw another deal the other day that I saw we were in a text about it. I also understand that black people's neighborhoods are hotter than white people's neighborhoods. Did you see that story the other day?
There was a story out
that there's racist heat now. That even heat is racist. Heat makes neighborhoods that are mainly black communities hotter than where white people live. I did see that story.
Rick,
Yeah, there
Rick,
was.
You had
there
a
was.
dream.
No. It was a story.
It
was one of those that was so ridiculous. I couldn't even.
Guys, if we want to take racism seriously, and we should, we can't. We got to stop all. This is really watering it down.
Yeah.
It really is.
You're not opening people's eyes at all. You're actually.
So anyway, we can jump
away.
into that. We've got it's official that this is her body they found.
Yeah, and
whether Joy Reid wants to be talked about or not, it is an update.
And Rick, there was another story. I don't know if you saw the federal law enforcement officers from different branches on horses that were trying to round the Haitians back across the river.
That.
Boy, were they.
Now there's all kind of stories out that they had whips out, and this was a throwback to slavery.
Right.
It was not whips. It was their bridle equipment, and I'm not a horse person. I don't know.
Well, I saw an update.
How about this? Don't come across the border.
Yeah, they said these horses are trained because these are horses that work with law enforcement.
Right.
They're trained to get people to back up, and one of the things it does, the horse will shake its head back and forth, and they get the bridle out to get it to do that, and it forces them back up out of the water. And they showed them. They said this is part of the horse's training. Nobody's getting beat with whips.
Now, under this bridge in Texas, it now looks like a third world country to the tune of about 15,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where the Haitians are?
Now that right there.
See, that's not a whip. That is part of the riding stuff he's got there.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know.
I'm
not a horse person.
I don't have a problem if it is a whip.
Yeah, well, he's got it set up. That's the reason. That's the setup and that bridle, the way they hold it.
May ought to have a whip.
Yeah, to get the horse to do what it's about to do to back people up.
Yeah. I think he's instructing.
I will
the
say
horse.
this:
that's part of the bridle right there.
But if you feel you need a whip, you do have access to something that's very simple.
You do, and if somebody tries to attack your horse, you got something.
Yeah.
So,
of course, I wouldn't attack a horse. Wow, they're big.
Yeah,
I go
big.
the other way.
We have a charity charge today. We have a lot of other stuff, and I guess I'm going to have to explain me diving into George Harrison last night.
You did. When you sent me.
I don't know what happened.
Greg,
well, you know what? It was informative. I always enjoy learning something, and I had no idea because
But how did it get started? That's what I got to know.
Because I'm not a big Beatles person.
No, not at all.
And I know you're not either.
Not really. Not like I should be.
I mean, I'll take the Gap Band any day.
I appreciated more that documentary you told me to watch, and I did. I did appreciate it.
I did
more.
too.
They were extremely talented.
But if somebody told me Back from the Dead right now is Tom Petty, the original Heartbreakers, and the original Beatles, I would go see Tom Petty.
Absolutely, not even close.
And I know some people are like, what? That's just true.
I'm with you, Rick.
But Rick, I didn't have enough appreciation for George Harrison.
You didn't?
No.
Okay.
Ricky got off one of his wormholes.
I know it.
I went down the rabbit hole.
Right. All right.
My sweet Lord.
16 minutes past. We'll find out why Bubba was researching the song My Sweet Lord by George Harrison.
There you go.
When we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study returns today. So how about this question? What does the Bible say about church and followers of Christ suing each other? So does Scripture allow for that? We'll unpack that today. All right, so I'm going back to the group text last night, and I'm going to see if I can see when this conversation starts. So we have a Rick and Bubba group text, and you never know what's coming in there. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen.
And it's better if we get like 3 conversations going at once.
Right, and so okay.
Only if you know what's being discussed. That's key to this too.
Right.
Because there were a couple subjects
Yeah,
I was out of the loop completely. I actually text Rick.
Yeah,
Like, what the heck is Bubba talking about?
He said, "What are you and Bubba talking about?" I said,
and I realized y'all had enough. I said, Bubba out.
Bubba out. So anyway, all of a sudden, first of all, there's a bit of a problem with Bubba trying to get it out. One time he asked me about Heritage Harrison, which that was just a typo or something. Question from Bubba, 6:35 Central Time.
Right.
What is the Beatles song that in the chorus they sing? It sounds like they're chanting Hare Krishna.
Now, I spell Harry, Harrry.
Yeah.
Okay, we knew what you meant.
Like it was a guy.
He cries out for Greg for help. At one point, he says Heritage Harrison, right, and then he comes back and says, and then Speedy says, you mean George Harrison. And then Speedy corrects how to spell Hare Krishna, but that's fine. And then Helms chimes in. I hear Cliff Sims is about to release a cover. Now, this really throws everything into a different direction because now Greg, when he joins, thinks that may be possible.
Well, he sings. Cliff sings, right?
Yeah. Well, we found that out. We sure
He's
did.
the songbird of his generation.
Isn't he on the show this week?
He is.
Singing?
Yeah. We'll ask him.
So anyway.
I heard Tom would call Speedy to ask if he needed help.
And then I come in and say, My Sweet Lord is the correct title. And then Bubba says yes. And then Greg finally comes in late and says, please tell me Cliff didn't cover My Sweet Lord. and Greg
just said it didn't sound, the song I heard him do, right. It didn't sound like it would be in his will.
And then I put back, after Greg says that, why are we discussing this song? I'm scared. Because I'm thinking, is this how this is all going to turn out? And then Greg's got Cliff Sims trying out for the voice. And then Bubba says, it's a long story. I'm trying to explain it to Betty. And I decided that I didn't know what I was talking about, and I went to researching it. So then tell us what happened here.
So we go to dinner last night.
Okay.
We had a little dinner date, and we went out. And, you know, the restaurant has this background music going on. And from time to time, we'll comment on what song is playing. And, I mean, we heard a little bit of everything. I heard Blondie at one time, Frank Sinatra.
It's amazing things you'll hear.
Betty started asking me some questions about the Rat Pack. And I said, you know,
That's not your area.
Cannonball Run's about as close as I get to them.
Yeah, that's not you got to go back further than that.
Yeah, but, you know, Sammy Davis Jr. and Dean Martin. And I remember Dean Martin's variety show that he started the show with a drink and a cigarette.
Absolutely.
And we were talking about how things have changed. But have they? But it's changed, but it seemed more civilized then than it does now.
Isn't that odd?
So, you know, we had all this discussion, and the song comes on, and you can hear the chorus in the background, which is a very distinctive chorus, and it sounds like they're saying Hare Krishna.
Well, because they are.
And
Hare Krishna,
now stay with me. This ties in because that is the song that I would always sing to Betty when she brought up a friend of hers whose husband's last name sounds very close to that.
Oh, my goodness. I did not know this.
And he actually is a doctor, and I had seen him at one time.
Okay.
And,
Dr. Krishna.
Dr. Krishna.
And the lady is friends with Betty, and they do workout stuff. And so we finally made this circle because she was telling me about her and her husband, and I said, well, I went to her husband one time because he's a foot guy, foot doctor. And so
is it the guy I know, foot guy?
No, it's a different.
Another foot
orthopedic. Yeah.
Okay.
And so the name is similar.
Okay.
I won't go into all that, but
I'm afraid
they don't deserve that today.
Right.
So anyway, it was kind of a joke, and so we got to talking about that song, and she said, "Well, who sings it?" And I said, "Well, I think it's the Beatles. I don't know."
Mm-hmm.
Close.
So
Beatle.
We get in the car to leave, and we're still talking about that song, and I said, "Well, why don't we listen to it, and we'll try to understand it a little better what it was, because I don't really have a great, history of that. And so the funniest thing from the time we left the restaurant to the time we got home was me arguing with Siri, trying to get her to play the Hare Krishna song.
Bubba, you got to have
by the
more
Beatles.
Than that.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna by the Beatles.
You're not going to get out, my God.
And Siri kept saying,
Siri said,
I don't
what
know. I don't know. I said,
Siri's like,
so I would change it.
I'm only as good as what you bring
I
in.
would go, Siri, what song has the word Hare Krishna in the chorus?
Bubba, have you not heard any of the other part of the song?
I do not know what you're. So
you could have texted us in 2 seconds.
Well,
it says "My Sweet Lord" in the song.
So when I got home, is when I said, "Look, I give up. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about."
You were unable to search it.
I was unable to, and that was just kind of the way that the conversation went. And then when
when you were going Hare Krishna, I think that's what got it
right from Detroit.
Yeah,
did he keep pulling up things from Harry Carey?
Siri was totally stumped. Okay,
I bet.
So that was
got that song from Hare Krishna.
It's one of the Beatles playing on the guitar.
So
Can you get it live from Detroit?
It was a long way home. Right. From a dinner discussion about a song we heard in the background that reminded me of somebody's name who was a friend of Betty's lady she works out with.
It's
amazing how long.
So that's why it was too long to put in the text.
Suddenly we're talking about George Harrison.
Yeah. So I go home and I look up the song. I start reading about it. And, I knew George Harrison was out there.
He was in Ace of Base.
He got... He was spiritual, but he was out there.
Oh, way out
there in left field. Yeah. So a lot with the Hindu stuff.
Oh yes, they all
meditation.
Had that, and then that guru they went off with.
Yeah, I read about what he said about the song, and I had no idea it was as big a commercial success as it was. Mm-hmm. And then I pulled up. There was an article from Rolling Stone that basically said, who knew George Harrison may have been the real genius behind the Beatles?
Easy.
Those kind of things.
Come on.
And I was like, what?
That's a little much.
Here we go.
So I started reading all that, and then you come back and you look at the song. It went to number one like 3 different times. One when he released it, one when he did a best of, and then once when he passed. So, and then about the lawsuit with this song. It was one of the most litigated copyright lawsuits of all time, and it went on for so long. And when the song was released, it was early 70s, and about the court case on the copyright stuff, and the judge that was ruling on it actually wrote operas and stuff, so they wanted somebody with some musical expertise to rule on the case.
Now?
And anyway, he ruled against George Harrison and said he did copy it, but he didn't mean to. So he called it a subliminal copyright violation. And it was
who gets a check?
And it was the foundation for a lot of the copyright law now.
Oh, I got to hear more about that.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's Rick and Bubba behind the music. We love this. All right, so Relief Factor, I had somebody asking me about this this week, and I pointed them right to it, relieffactor.com. All natural formula helps your body's natural response to inflammation. Here's Marie. She writes us out of the great state of Michigan, and says it's been over a year since I started taking Relief Factor. After hearing about it on the Rick and Bubba Show, and the results have been truly life-altering. I had suffered from pain, inflammation, chronic fatigue, depression for over 20 years, and I learned to manage it through major concessions in my personal and professional life. Nothing I had tried over the years had worked consistently, and I was taking way too much of the over-the-counter painkillers on a regular basis, which I know is not healthy, and in fairness to those companies, and they're also not what they're designed for. So although I was skeptical, I decided I had nothing to lose, and I sent for a quick start pack, and to my surprise, it started working for me almost immediately. I just turned 60. I truly mean it when I say listening to this show, finding out about Relief Factor gave me a new lease on life. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Marie. What about all of you? It's all natural. Or if you have pain that you're struggling with and nothing seems to help, maybe this is the natural way to address it. Find out by going to relieffactor.com. $19.95. You get 3 weeks of it. That inside 3 weeks, you know. If it's not working out after 3 weeks, then this is not the answer. But relieffactor.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So behind the music, our very own Bill Bubba Bussey yesterday set out to go behind the music on George Harrison's "My Sweet Lord."
Rick, it's a lot of stuff.
I know.
A lot. I mean, you have to get by his motivation for writing it, how it was written, all the people. Mm-hmm. Billy Preston is just intertwined.
Nothing.
He's intertwined with George Harrison and the Beatles on so many things.
Yeah, if you look, the last time the Beatles played together on top of that roof, Billy Preston is on keyboard.
He did. I want to go around in circles too.
Did that.
Which I love both of those songs.
But he worked with the Beatles. When you hear all the famous Beatles songs, the piano parts usually
it's him playing.
Billy Preston. But I didn't realize that he made the final appearance of the Beatles as a band on that roof. He's over there playing keys.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, they were running buddies. They must have hung out. They played in a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. But get this. This was interesting. So the song comes out in 1971. Bright Tunes Music filed a lawsuit, copyright infringement, against Harrison and his associated organizations. They allege copyright infringement for the late Ronnie Mac song "He's So Fine." Mm-hmm. Do you have that?
I do. Now, this is the version the Chiffons did.
Right.
So,
and they're in one of these too.
So, Adler, I am going to play this. Do you want to cover this just so we can? You okay? All right. So here it is. So, not this part, but listen to this part. So this is the. See, listen right there, even. Yeah,
similar.
There's some similarities in there.
So this thing is filed in 71, doesn't go to trial to 76. Mm-hmm. And the judge in it, long story short, he ruled that Harrison did copy that song. He didn't think he did it deliberately.
Right.
Nevertheless, he said, "My Sweet Lord" is the very same song as "He's So Fine," just with different words.
Right.
Harrison knew the song, had access to it, and he said, under the law, infringement of copyright is accomplished in that case. So he ended up, the judgment was for $1.6 million.
Oh, really?
Now, this is 76 money, so that's a lot.
And that went to the writer of the song? Or the performer or accommodation?
Rick, it went to the company that had
okay, Bright, what was it?
Bright Tunes Music, I think.
So
it goes up just like it does. Yeah.
Changes keys. Right here. Yeah.
Harrison even admitted after hearing it that, wow, it does sound a lot alike.
Well, did the judge rule, look, I'm going to give a little money out here, but I think this is just parallel thinking. I don't think he set out to say, I'm going to take that melody.
He said it was subconsciously copied.
Right.
So George Harrison said after all this, look, I'd be willing every time I write a song if someone has a computer and they can just play any new song into it, and the computer will say sorry or okay. The last thing I want to do is keep spending my life in court. And he didn't write songs for a long time. He said, I'm done with it. It's just too much.
It's a bit.
Yeah. And there was just a bunch of lawsuits on copyright stuff after that. A lot of them after the Beatles stuff. So it opened the door for the modern copyright infringement era.
How about that?
Let's don't even talk about Spirit and Led Zeppelin.
Great, not that again.
We've never been through that.
But how about the fact?
But it was just interesting to read all that.
Hey, one
and
Thomas
you can
Petty
read
got
for
his.
a long time.
You know, Tom Petty won his on "I Won't Back Down" with that Sam Smith.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
And he won pretty big on that one.
Yeah.
But let's
and remember, Men at Work lost on Kookaburra Sits on the Old Gum Tree.
they sure did.
Don't know who wrote Kookaburra.
Yeah, right. How about that? And Vanilla Ice really lost. By the way, Vanilla Ice, what were you trying to do? Just give Queen the money. I mean, but then people didn't really accept sampling like they do now.
Yeah,
Right.
now.
Yeah, so he was really sampling before sampling was really all that known.
Exactly.
Yeah, and but you can't act like that's not under pressure. We all know it is.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Give them their cut.
Give them their cut.
And you can read what John Lennon and the other band members said about it. You know, Ringo would just he played with him and Ringo hung out a lot too, I guess. So.
Yeah, they did.
But anyway, it was just interesting little music history there.
Can I tell you this? Let me tell you what's funny. This is my experience with the song "My Sweet Lord," and you may have had a similar one. Now, some of you out there, you're so young, and Helmsley, you may be too young for this. Adler, for sure.
Now, Vanilla Ice he was into.
Yeah. Oh, I won a Vanilla Ice pack when I called into a radio show when I was a kid.
You were so
yes,
excited.
absolutely, 100%. I think y'all were part of that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, it's serious
Really?
business.
I'm
being.
Was that on the former Super Q?
It was.
Yeah, okay.
It was.
By the way,
that actually happened.
Can I let y'all know how
so pumped.
I was in my bedroom calling one after one after one, and the family didn't know what was going on, and there was just elation when I won it. It's the first time I'd ever won anything in my life.
That's hilarious.
Like that.
But anyway, I want everybody to know, too, that where we live, the weather today, I have been looking forward to, and you're going to get a brand new rig for the next few days.
Oh, that is so
You're going to
good.
get the best rig for the next 3 days.
Exactly.
Okay,
Tomorrow morning when you feel that nip.
Oh, my gosh. Today the high's only 75, and it just gets better. I'm so excited. Now, I know it's not going to last.
No,
but I'm
Rick,
gonna
it'll
enjoy
be 95 next Wednesday.
But anyway, but here's my sweet Lord story, okay? And you remember this, too. But what I'm saying is this was really big when we were teenagers, but I don't know that it was big when Helms and Adler were teenagers.
Yeah.
The church would hold a youth something at the local civic center.
Yeah.
And the backmasking guy would come in to tell you what songs were of the devil.
Remember, he used our PA system. We were up there, a rock band, by the way.
Yeah, which was ironic.
And he needed a PA system for his presentation.
He used our PA system to basically trash the very music we were playing.
Yes.
But anyway, so he had all these songs. He wanted you to hear the evil that was in them.
Yes.
And of course, a lot of songs
Scared
nowadays,
everybody
a lot of songs nowadays, you don't have to play them backward. You just simply listen to the lyrics.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's what I can hear that's worried me.
But he was giving us all kinds of backmasking things that the devil was hidden in all these rock songs. I've never thought the devil was hidden in rock music. He's pretty prominent. Yeah. But anyway, then he said, and then there are some that you don't even realize this. You don't even listen to it backward. And he played "My Sweet Lord." He goes, "Listen, they're praising Hare Krishna," and I was like, "Nah, what?" And all of a sudden I heard them. He goes, "Listen, Hare Krishna." He goes, "You're basically listening to a song that's praising Hare Krishna." And I was like, first of all, I don't really listen to "My Sweet Lord," but because I was a teenager and didn't really care about the Beatles as much as I didn't realize I was supposed to. But I remember that was in his presentation.
Oh yeah,
that was it. One of them.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Right up there.
And I remember the first
with,
time I heard that in the background, I was like, wow. But didn't you say that he was saying that they were certainly into all that, but he was trying to represent all kinds of faith in this song?
Yeah, it says, and I think this was from his autobiography. He says he was intending the lyrics as a call to abandon religious secularism through the blending of Hebrew word hallelujah and the chants of Hare Krishna from the Hindu religion.
Yeah. So, but I remember that was in the presentation of the devil music.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember that guy.
Yeah. And remember he got the one.
Didn't he give us like a set of the tapes to listen to?
Yes,
or something?
he did.
Yeah.
Remember Styx, and he told us about how that's named after the river of death and Satan moves in.
Yeah.
Remember all that?
So Rick,
It's fun
according
to smoke marijuana when you play.
According to George
another
Harrison,
Beatles song.
his motivation for the music on the song was actually an out of copyright Christian hymn called "Oh Happy Day."
Oh,
Happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day. So anyway, So there's Bubba behind the music today.
There you go.
Thank you, Bubba.
Thank you, Bubba.
Sold a lot of copies.
Bubba jumped off into his
Yep.
deep music study.
Yeah, I've never really, jump into the Beatles stuff that much. So.
No.
But they are interesting from a history standpoint.
Oh, yeah.
But y'all do remember.
And then you realize the Rolling Stones are still going.
Right. We'll come back. We'll take some of your phone calls next. Early phone segment at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so back 9 minutes.
You know,
to the top of the hour.
First time I saw Billy Preston perform, you know what show it was on?
Don Kirshner's rock concert.
Flip Wilson.
How about that?
Once in a while.
All right, to the people we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. You're an opportunity to be on the program. Fire in here. It's wide open. All 10 lines are there. You don't have to talk about what we were just talking about if you don't want to. This is a phone show. This means you can talk about anything you want to talk about. So come on in. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds is king. That means that you will be able to talk, and then boom, and we'll move you through the line pretty quick.
One more point on that song, and
Sure.
I'm going to let it go.
Okay,
I bet you
sure.
didn't know.
Okay.
Did you know Billy Preston released it as a single before George Harrison did?
He
gave it to Billy Preston to release.
That's not true.
And then he put it on his album, and the record company wanted to release it. And Billy Preston was already planning on releasing it, and it was being released before George Harrison's version.
And he didn't release it because his people said that sounds just like He's So Fine.
He said, you're going to get sued.
You're going to get sued if you do that.
It
O'Reilly
actually kept him from being sued, I guess.
O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Tomorrow night is a biggie. Tomorrow night is a biggie if you're a guy and you want to go to a man church. 3 different man churches going on tomorrow night. So I'll be at Lakeside Baptist. They're doing a steak dinner again, but I'm going to eat so much steak I'm going to turn into a cow.
Rick, I started to say you're on a high protein
I'm
diet.
loving it. A steak dinner. There are tickets still available for that, and your ticket does include the steak dinner at Lakeside Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. You can still go. That's tomorrow night. Opelika, Alabama. It's a freebie, I think. If not, check that. And upcoming events. Helmsy will be there speaking at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. That's also a man church. And then Rich Wingo at Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama, tomorrow night. So 3 man churches tomorrow night. Go to any of those that you would like. I do want you to know that Chipley, Florida, coming up this Sunday night. I just got the word last night that is now sold out. So there are no seats available to that, but look forward to seeing all of you that are coming. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. To the phones we go. Columbus, Mississippi. Daniel is standing by. Daniel, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, this is a question for Bubba. I don't know if you saw it or y'all talked about it yesterday. Did you see the SEC Shorts video? The referee takes your kid to work.
Yes, we did. We did see it. Very funny.
You know, one thing I thought about it was funny, and I do think those guys are funny most of the time. But why did they not include the debacle on the punt at Memphis? I thought that should have been included in that bid.
Was it in there and we missed it?
No,
or something?
it was all around the Penn State and Auburn game. If they'd had that punt thing in there too, that'd have made it even funnier.
Daniel,
well,
there went Daniel.
Yeah,
listen, I want to be in an SEC shorts, and I volunteered to my services, but I haven't heard back yet.
Yeah, and then you'll have to actually go do it.
Yeah.
So that there's where it'll get problematic. Justin.
SEC shorts.
Justin in Winfield, Alabama, where Todd Jones spoke last Sunday night. How about that? At a man church. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
All right, hey, y'all got to check this out. Other day I was bored at work, and I was just looking at videos on YouTube.
Yep.
One caught my attention. I thought y'all might like it. David Hasselhoff, you know him, the guy who's on Baywatch?
I'm familiar with him, yes.
I'm part German. I realize he.
He did a version of Sweet Caroline that would definitely be worth your time.
David Hasselhoff does Sweet Caroline.
I'm done
Rick,
with people singing
he's,
Sweet Caroline all the time.
He's a big deal in Germany.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He is. I've never heard him sing that song, nor do I desire it. But
I don't really want to hear him sing any song.
Let's go to Parker in Albertville. Parker, go right ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Holly Roll.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, fellas. Hey, Rick, I'd love to hear one time. I know you probably can't just because of contracts and reasons and whatnot. You do a radio ad in the voice of Beth Mowins, like for Calotran or something.
Oh, come on now.
Hey, don't do that.
Don't do that
Calotran.
to me. Get some
That's a good
Calotran,
spot.
get yards. Let's get some yards.
Hear about it. Let's go.
Let me tell you about O'Reilly Auto Parts, and it's better parts, better prices. Somebody call a timeout. So, yeah, I mean, but no client wants that. But we just won't send that in the recording. Let's go to Chuck and Hoover. Lines are available, by the way, if you want to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chuck, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Yeah, guys, I know we don't have enough time to really discuss this, but could you briefly talk about how an artist gets paid for, I know there's different kinds of licensing agreements and whatnot, but like you played He's So Fine a few minutes ago, how does the owner of the rights of that music get paid, or do they get paid, or is there so many like words or notes you have to play before you have to pay for it, and who tracks that?
Well, it's really clean on the radio side. The streaming side is still nightmarish, and no one really knows, which is why we can't play bed music on YouTube anymore. The radio side's pretty clean. The radio side pays all the different publishers, publishing houses, for the rights to the songs.
Yeah, the end user, in this case, the radio stations, pay the licensing fee. Now, there used to just be three companies, ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC. And the radio stations have to pay all of those. Mm-hmm. And there's some more now, I think Universal Music or something.
That's the one that's trying to do the streaming.
It's a very complicated process, but that's who goes out and gathers fees from radio stations, or like if you play the radio in your store, you have to buy a license, which seemed to me like double billing, but won't go into that. So there's a lot of different ways they gather those fees, but then they distribute it. And
now, here's what
you used to have to keep a log.
That's what I was going to say.
But I think they do it electronically now.
Yeah, back in the day, we had to sit down and fill out every song that was played, and they sent them in. And artists get paid more by how many times their song is played versus somebody whose song is played every now and then. Right. You do make money on radio play.
It's by spins, and and then that's broken up two ways: the songwriter and who has the publishing rights.
Yeah, but now how they track it now, I have no idea.
I don't either. It's very complicated.
And that Universal bunch, they're trying to do nothing but the streaming. But boy, that's a whole nother animal.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
Jeff in corner. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
when's Paul Thorne going to be on back on the show? He's going to be in town tomorrow.
Don't do this.
Don't do this.
Don't tease us.
Are you familiar with our ongoing Paul Thorne thing?
I am. Been following y'all for about 10 years.
Yeah,
Loved it when y'all were at the Red Velvet Lounge.
Yeah, so you know that we had
love Paul
what
Thorne.
we thought was a great relationship with Paul Thorne, and he on his end won't come to the show anymore, but claims there's no issue. Yeah. So we don't really know. We
have a Paul Thorne open door policy.
Paul Thorne can walk through that door with his guitar
anytime.
And if we don't, and if we can't find Super Tom the engineer,
we'll just pull a mic up and go.
He'll just go. And or we can bring the new.
I bet he'd do a great version of My Sweet Lord.
I bet he would too. Yeah. But yeah, the Paul Thorne thing that's one of those Rick and Bubba mysteries that we are yet to solve. We can't solve it.
There's several out there, and that's one of the main ones.
Until somebody breaks the alliance with Paul Thorne
and
comes over on the side and says, "Let me tell you why I don't want to come on."
I got the real story.
But right now, Paul Thorne himself
even painted us a picture. We got hanging in the hall.
And everybody around Paul Thorne all claim there's no issue, but he still won't come here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes now past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport another hour. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Speedy out today. Hopefully back tomorrow. And we continue to roll through another one, and we look forward to chatting with you. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the program.
There it is. There it is. There it is. It's a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. These are opportunities for you to go out on Mondays that we promote to go enjoy the delicious food at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and then 10% of all food sales go to the chosen organization, charity, ministry that is benefiting from that particular Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. And this includes all the charity charges that are under Tim Spencer. And Tim Spencer from Buffalo Wild Wings joins us again,
Tim,
for another charity charge update. Tim, how are you, buddy?
Good, guys. How you guys?
Tim, your light looks better this week.
It really does.
Yeah, I come out of hiding.
Yeah. Substantial update on the lighting this week. You look fantastic.
Yeah, I purchased them and shined them. I got some studio stuff hanging up there.
Yeah.
Enough grief, man. I moved on.
He's not in witness protection anymore.
You're not.
Right.
So,
Right.
I thought you were a witness of some kind. But Tim oversees Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama, at Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, coming soon to Oxford, Alabama.
Come on.
That's right.
Yeah, what's the update on the Big O?
The update is, I wish people would go back to work so we could find some air conditioners.
Yeah. Right.
How about that?
But,
yeah.
But we're getting there. We should have Oxford open sometime during bowl season.
Okay.
I don't know if that's College Bowl or Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We're gonna get there.
Some bowl.
That's funny. Things are complicated right now. It's hard to get anything done. I mean, I'm convinced that there's some people that were working that I really think, are they missing? Should I say something? Have they vanished? Anyway, who would have thought if you can get a check that it's equal or even more to stay home instead of work, you just will. And then all these,
Can't compete.
yeah, and then the government's not helping with all supply chains and all that. But here we go. I can't wait till they get health care. But anyway, so let's talk a little bit. This last charity charge that we did, we're going to welcome Herbie Newell, and he's an old friend of the Rick and Bubba Show. We've worked with Herbie and the folks at Lifeline Children's Services many times. But Herbie, just in case there's someone today that is catching this edition of Rick and Bubba and they're not familiar with Lifeline Children's Services, why don't you tell the people that went out, ate the delicious food, or anyone who may like to know what you guys do?
Yeah, thanks, Rick, and thanks, Tim. We're so appreciate just to be a part of the Buffalo Wild Wings charity drive again this year, and it's just such an honor. And so Lifeline, we are an orphan care, adoption, and foster care ministry, helping children that are vulnerable get connected with families, but also get connected to support. And so we help kids in 26 different countries and 16.
Wait a minute, we lost you, Herbie. I don't know what happened
The
there.
Wild Wings.
Okay, go ahead. We lost you there.
Yeah.
You're back now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm also in the witness protection program.
I see that. You know what was weird?
We thought Greg kicked a wire out again.
What's so weird is your video never changed. We just lost audio for a minute, which normally it all works together. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I think I was talking over you, Rick, so you probably just cut me out. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, if I need to, I will, Herbie.
Yeah. No, we participate in 16 states and 26 countries around the world, helping kids that need home, that need support, and that need a hope and a future. And so we're just grateful for Buffalo Wild Wings. We're grateful for the support. And so certainly during this pandemic time, so many different things have happened, but kids around the world and kids here at home have become much more needier. And so we're just standing in the gap and hoping that we can see these kids get wholeness and to ultimately introduce them to stability.
What about like this money that Tim's about to tell you about when people go and say, well, we've talked about this before, but I want you to reiterate this because it's one thing, it's one thing to say, well, I'm not sure I'm ready to take on adoption or foster parenting, But this today with just financial help, what does it do?
Yeah, well, I mean, just even something that happened last week that was huge. We had 40 church partners come to our headquarters in Birmingham, Alabama, to be trained about family reunification. And so one of the things that they're doing is going back into their states. 7 states were represented, and they're going to teach classes for families who have lost their kids to foster care. So these are biological families who are trying to get their kids out of foster care. And it's all through the local church. We're providing resources and training for the local church to be able to do these government mandated classes and reunifying kids back to their biological families. That's just one way that we're seeing that work. And that's just on my mind because that was just something last week that not people weren't adopting, people weren't fostering, but people were getting engaged in a very tangible and real way.
Yeah, I think one of the things when I have a lot of friends and one good friend that's a foster parent. And once again, when you look at all the things that go on there, once again, I think we as the church have taken this biblical mandate and handed it to the government, and the government makes it quite complicated and quite inefficient. But I know you don't want to get into that today. That's just my own commentary. Just this thing where the church expects the government to do their job has been a huge mistake, and more ways than just this. But let's talk about Tim. Let's talk about what happened at the charity charge and the check we're going to hand over to Lifeline Children's Services.
Well, there was a good response this time, Rick. I know that there's still some people that are hesitant to go into a restaurant, including employees, but we were able. But we were able still. There was a big response, and we're able to cut Herbie a check and these guys so they can continue to do what they do, but the amount is $2,800.
There you go, Herbie. $2,800 on the charity charge.
Thank you, Tim.
Yep, I appreciate that very much, and all of you that went out and ate that delicious food. So, you know what, Herbie, we love what you do. As you say, James 1:27 couldn't be any more clear that this is obedience, that we care for the orphaned and we care for these children that are in need. And it's clear that we do that, and there's many ways we can do that, and this is one of the ways that we do that. So thanks for all you do, and I know what you guys do. You don't do for money, but what you do requires money. So I'm glad that we were able to help in some way, and tell everybody there at Lifeline that we said hello, okay?
Thank you, Herbie.
Will do.
Thank you, Herbie.
Thanks again, Tim.
Absolutely.
And then looking ahead to Monday, the 27th, this will be the next Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, and all these charity charges that we're telling you about in Alabama, and Beckett's Blessing Box is going to be the benefit from Monday. And let me tell you what's cool about this ministry that we were introduced to. Sadly, this is another couple that we're in that group that we all wish we weren't in, that they had to bury one of their children. And they realize how difficult that is when a family loses a child to an earthly death. And so they've put together what they call Beckett's Blessing Box, named after their child. And it's a grief resource box for parents who have just lost a child. And it's in honor of their son, Beckett, as I said. And there's all kinds of things in there that can be, beneficiary when you're going through this grief. But they also include in every single book, Sherry's book, Bronner, A Journey to Understand, that she wrote over 5 years about what Scripture has to say and where is God in the middle of something like this. That's also a great resource for you, and they get those, and they include that at no charge in these boxes for each family. So you'll be helping them continue to provide these boxes. If you want to find out more about it today, maybe your need today, it's beckettsblessingbox.com, and we'll put that in show notes today too. But they will be the ones who will benefit from Monday's Rick and Bubba charity charge, and that's at Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, all at those Buffalo Wild Wings locations. So get out and enjoy the food and have a great time. So, Tim, thank you so much once again for what you guys do. We continue to hopefully get the employees that you need to actually run all these locations and to get Oxford open here at some point. But thanks for what you do. It makes a difference. And thank you, by the way, today, Tim, and tell your whole crew, thank you for the food you provide for the show today, Tim.
Yes. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Enjoy, guys. This charge hits home a little bit on this one. I know for you, for myself also.
Yeah.
So let's support this one.
Amen. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that, Tim. Tim Spencer, Buffalo Wild Wings, the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge, back on Monday, the 27th. So get that on the calendar, get your group together, go eat some delicious food, and impact another great organization and ministry. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study returns today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. All right, so it's time for us to go to the wonderful world of Biden. Here we go.
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
Bubba, you and I have said it for years. If we could go and have someone remodel the UN, we would appreciate it. I don't know why we're obsessed and can't update this emerald green tile that the world leaders get up and talk in front of. I don't know why that bothers us, but it always has.
Yeah, it bothers me because it doesn't even look like good marble. It looks like you got that peel and stick stuff you get at the home improvement store.
Yep.
Can't they update that green? I've been to the UN. I've been in that room, and you talking about dated.
Yeah,
musty.
It is very. It's almost like a musty smell.
It was a musty smell. It is. I was like, is there a leak in here? What's up?
Of course, I would be for taking the UN and putting it somewhere else instead of just letting all the spies come here.
Yeah, I say it needs to be on an island somewhere.
So here comes a minute 23 that somebody's put together of Biden. Now, I want y'all to understand what you're about to hear and see. This is the president of the United States of America and the leader of the free world, okay, standing up and talking to the rest of the world, okay? And here is a montage of some of the, I don't even know what to say, just watch and listen.
We meet this year in a moment of intermingled with great pain. We've lost so much to this devastating pandemic, the emergence of new technologies, and global health and a global health threat council. Toward global COVID response, the global COVID response.
Oh, my God.
Vaccinating the world and building back better from the borderless climate crisis, from the United States and from other donors. Working with countries, technologies that reduce the risk. Similarly, we know the bitter sting of terrorism is real. The United States is committed to using our resources. When the earthquake strikes, we're fighting between warring parties, horrific violence, and a belief in the universe. Whether it occurs LGBTQI, the authoritarianism of the world. Proud Moldovans broke now together. Climactic climate change.
Climactic climate change.
From COVID to climate.
See,
you and I, God bless you all.
That felt good, didn't it? You can tell that somebody told him at some point he needs to talk about from COVID to climate, and he didn't know when to get it in, and he remembered it at the end, so he threw it in there.
Who was that masked man sitting there? It looked like he was unhappy.
Can I tell you
see
something?
That right at the end?
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Can we see that again? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. What? Is that John Kerry?
Yeah.
He sure looks sad.
What, they had to get about 6 masks to cover that? But let me...
Bell can ask him, so why the long face?
Bubba. What's up, John? And by the way, is there anything more insincere than that clap right there? I mean, it's like...
I've never missed Obama so much.
I know.
I'm telling you what.
At least he could communicate clearly.
Absolutely.
And he was communicating us right to socialism.
He was.
But at least I could understand it.
I understand what was going on.
Yeah, it was.
Look, you can disagree with the politics for sure, but you didn't feel like the 25th Amendment was, you needed to have that in your back pocket all the time.
I know that I haven't kept up with all the letters involving gender and sexuality and all that. Did he add one?
It seemed like he did. Maybe not.
Maybe not. I may be adding.
Did he say LBGTQ FDIC?
Something.
Is that what it was?
Did you hear that?
It was something.
That's what I heard.
It was out there.
Yeah.
But I was. That's the leader of the free world. This is not a comedy bit.
No.
That's him in front of the UN.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Ladies, put your hands together.
Without further ado,
right?
Please welcome.
Okay. No, he left the A out. Or did he put the A before the I? Did he put the A before the I?
Well, goodness, in his defense, I mean, it changes daily.
Yeah. Quite frankly, there's only a few more letters we need. We've got the whole alphabet.
I know.
Yeah.
Are they going to put them in order, you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, alphabetical order. That'd be good.
All right, so Bubba, do we remember? We remember when Biden,
or maybe put them in reverse alphabetical order.
You remember how many times it's been proven that Biden's Amtrak story is totally made up?
Oh, Rick, this million-mile thing he keeps.
He's had more than anybody.
Yeah, he is going to tell it again. He's going to tell it again in his conversation with Boris over in the UK, and I want you to listen to him do it again. Okay, here
Boris in England, Rick, means nice haircut.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
I want to thank you again, Boris, for making the effort to be here. And I understand, Boris, I just want you to know, Boris, you came down on Amtrak, is that right?
I did, and you're a living deity.
I am. I've traveled millions of miles. You think I'm joking?
They love you.
Well, they should. I travel more on Amtrak. And I think if I were a conductor, I'd be number one in seniority. I got to tell you a quick story. It has nothing to do with anything.
Here we go.
When I was vice president, the Secret Service didn't like me traveling on Amtrak because there were too many options for people to cause trouble along the way. But I insisted I do it. And one day they put in the newspaper, Biden travels 1 million, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, I think it was 350,000 miles on Air Force Two. And so I walking up to getting the train on that Friday, and a guy who was the number 3 guy from New Jersey on seniority as a conductor walked up and grabbed me, and he goes like this, "Joey, baby," grabbed my cheek. I thought the Secret Service was going to shoot him. And I said, no, he's a friend. He said, "Joey, big deal. 1,300,000 miles on Amtrak, on Air Force Two. You know how many miles you traveled on Amtrak?" I said, "No." He said, "With the retirement dinner. We worked it out." He said, 36 years in the Senate, X number of years at that point as vice president, average 131 days a year, 257 miles a day. Joey, you traveled over 2 million miles. Big deal. I thought they should name the railroad after me or something. But at any rate,
they made the station off.
Yeah, they did.
It's big news.
Anyway,
Joe, I want to thank you, and I share you.
All right, so if
Joey, when he does this, does everybody in his stories call him Joey?
Yeah, but guys, we remember they went back and checked. This is not a true story.
The guy he talked about was retired at the time.
Yeah,
or something. Wasn't that it?
Yeah, this is that story again. He keeps telling, and we all know what that is. We
let him tell his story, Rick.
But we've had loved ones, and Boris is sitting there going, "Well, here we go again." Yeah. But when someone's going through this part of their life and they're losing their cognitive skills, they keep telling these stories over and over again. No matter how many times they've told you, and this story we already know isn't true. And he just sits there and tells it again.
Rick, by now, to him, it feels true.
Right.
He's convinced himself of it.
Well, remember that was the one thing that George Costanza taught us.
Yeah.
If you believe it, it is real.
Right. But this is another sign of slipping. Yeah. No one thinks he has a grasp on his cognitive skills. Really, nobody. No matter what your politics are, right?
Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, 27 years, still here, still swinging, and we're thankful you're here. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I do want to point you to MyPillow.com. Bubba and I just talking about Mike Lindell in the break there. MyPillow.com. How about this? They've added quilts. They have added quilts. I know that some of you out there, it's quilt mania. In your home, why not get one of the best quilts that you will ever have? Boy, the quality that MyPillow is known for. They're 100% U.S. upland cotton, and you'll love 7 great colors to go with that. Pick one out that you like or pick out a couple of them. We'll get them to you at 30% off with the promo code BUBBA. The MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I love and rave about, 50% off. Giza Dream Sheets, these bed sheets are 50% off. The premium bed pillow, $29.98. That's a $40 savings. All of these prices are available by toting that promo code BUBBA. Go into MyPillow.com where it says radio listeners. Just enter it right there and let the savings begin. MyPillow.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. If you haven't added these new items, add them. If you've never had the pillow, get that done because you're never going to get a better deal than you get right now. These are almost like Speedy specials.
I know.
I mean,
Can't beat that.
They're right there. All right, so
almost free.
Bubba, you know how you and I and the guys, we love first pitches. I mean, we just love a first pitch.
I really do. I mean, we're getting quite. I love comparing them and ranking them.
Yeah, we do. Of course, it made us lose all confidence in the high priest of health, Fauci.
Yeah, it did.
My pitch was problematic. But anyway, anecdotal.
It was closer to some of the things that you're telling us.
Yeah, so waning. But anyway, booster. So now we're going to hear Conor McGregor. Bring out Conor McGregor. So McGregor, and I'm with you, Greg. I think Conor McGregor may be he is in a long string of P.T. Barnum type people. He does a really good job of keeping his name out there, and apparently he doesn't care how he does it.
In every appearance he's at, something happens.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So here we go. Here's McGregor. All right, so
Suit's a little tight.
Suit's a little tight, and my goodness, what in the world was that? I don't even know what. It's even confused the Cub. The Cub's like, what just happened? So he throws this ridiculous pitch here. I mean, right? Oh boy!
Wow.
And
I think he was trying to throw it in the stands, like we saw.
It looked like Nuke DeLuche from Bull Durham.
Yeah, it is. He's hitting the bull again.
So McGregor. So
he wasn't breathing through his eyelids.
So McGregor is also he is ashamed of it. And
so he didn't say he was trying to, the one we had earlier this week or last week.
Yeah, here he is talking about it. So let's hear him.
Sitting now with Conor McGregor, who threw out the first pitch. Conor, I'm not going to waste any time. Your first pitch. Tell me your thoughts.
The most devastating first pitch ever seen in the iconic Wrigley Field.
So I say this pitch is a little high. You say it's perfect.
Well, the venom is there, the power is there. It's a little off accurate-wise, but, you know, I'm on the one leg. You can see me base fully on the left leg that was just recently injured. I'm happy with that. I'll take that on board, yeah?
Because you were saying that you call it the venom, the power. I say you call it velo, right?
Yeah, velo, yeah. Well, if you could measure the power, I don't think there was much power difference between mine and them out there. Just the accuracy is a little off, but...
Just a little off.
I'm happy with it. It was either lob it friendly or, you know, aim to take him off his feet. And if that was on target, we would have had a problem, I'd say.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
If that was on
target. Could have lobbed it up there friendly. But I believe I've been on target.
He kind of sounded like a leprechaun, didn't he?
I better take him off his feet. The venom was there.
The
venom was there.
That's funny.
So he's saying, look, I just wanted to throw it hard. I don't know where it went. But if I'd have put it right down the middle, they probably would have signed me.
Yeah, that is funny.
he claimed he can throw as hard as the major league pitchers. He just claimed he could throw it.
If he just had a little more control.
That Gregor. If it was on target, might have had a problem.
All right. Yeah. I believe it about on target. They signed me.
Sign me.
Sign me on the spot.
You come from the place of the Cowboys and the Indians. So,
he's got a way.
There he is.
Hey, look, there's a little
I heard a voice.
He's got a way of hyping up his wins like no one else, but he also hypes up his losses like no one else.
See, I like that.
Like,
I can relate to that.
Conor McGregor, he needs to get with Biden to spin this Afghanistan thing because Conor McGregor, he'll get dominated like when he lost to Khabib. He then came out with a round-by-round breakdown explaining how he actually won the fight. He's like, see, I was resting in this round, so that one doesn't even count. You know,
can't count to one when I was resting.
Things like that. The venom on it, my goodness.
The venom. McGregor.
I think he's just
what's
promoter.
What's this injury? He says, you see me on, I can't imagine.
Broke his leg, didn't he?
Yeah, that was when he snapped.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He
throwing it on the one-legger.
Yeah. His shin bone snapped.
Hey.
Yeah.
I snapped my shin bone.
Yet he's still with a recently snapped shin bone. He is starting fights at the MTV Music Awards, throwing drinks.
Did you see me throwing punches?
And he's throwing drinks and throwing pitches. Not very well, not hitting his target, but he's still trying.
I remember throwing punches around.
I just don't
know. And I was preaching for my chat.
Did we think Machine Gun Kelly was going to be a tough match? I mean,
you see me go after Machine Gun Kelly?
Machine Gun might want to step back on
Machine Gun Kelly doesn't
even
want
on one leg.
A one-legged McGregor.
Machine Gun Kelly's got that like frail skater boy tattoo look that like some women really like. Like evidently,
it's almost like he kind of looks like he needs to take some iron pills.
Yes.
He needs to. He starts to working out if he wants to take on McGregor.
Eat some corn-fed, the opposite of corn-fed. That's what Machine Gun Kelly is.
I was raised on potatoes and meat.
But the way the guy can spin a loss is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's almost delusional. It's crazy. It is delusional.
No, it is delusional.
You know what he is? You know what he is? He is a fan of himself, like people are a fan of teams. You ever heard in fandom? They'll talk about how their team really won the game. It's like McGregor does it about himself.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you look right here, my shin.
Snapped it like a twig.
I snapped my shin like a twig.
Suddenly got German.
Suddenly I'm German. How about this one, Greg? Let me continue. All men must die, but not all men truly live.
There it is. Watch that
now I'm skinned over in Scotland or something. All right, so to me, the Scottish and the Irish are very similar, and I know that upsets both. I know that upsets both people, and I apologize for that. But I can't do accents enough to really differentiate between those two. And so do you? That's one of my favorite accents out there. The Irish and the Scottish.
Irish and Scottish,
yeah. I love that.
It's a good one.
And do not ask one what's on under their kilt, whatever you do.
No,
do not ask that. No.
You don't want to answer.
If you're easily offended, do not
stay away from that.
Do not, because they'll tell you what it is right
Just
there.
say skip.
They'll tell you as quick as you can.
Yep.
And if you're married, it's really gonna hurt. McGregor. So I'm with you, Greg. I think that he's such a P.T. Barnum. He may have thrown it that way just because that would have got more coverage.
Yeah, it gets more coverage.
But I don't know. If you throw it down the middle, you get pretty good coverage too.
Yeah.
Speaking of baseball, now the language is rough in it at times.
Well, there's options. There's an explicit version.
Oh, is there really?
And there's if you go to ESPN, I know you're talking about Queens, so go ahead.
I was about to say
but to your point,
this series
you can watch it without all that.
There's a documentary. I think it's 5 parts.
4 or 5.
Four or 5 parts.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it all the way yet.
And Once Upon a Time in Queens, and it's about the 1986 Mets. Now it goes back and gives you the 85 Mets and 84 Mets.
Were you glad on that heads up on the history?
Needed that.
Okay. Because I was afraid you wouldn't stay with it if I didn't.
It's all right. No, I understand. This is the beauty of the documentary, and this is why I like documentaries, is they take time to unpack everything, because I do want to know I don't really want to know the things I already know from highlights that I've already seen.
Right.
I want to know the background. So, but I did need the heads up. Helmsley sent me a heads up. He says, warning, episode 1 is going to basically be the history of the Mets. So if you're not into that, just know that.
Yeah.
Well, it helps
which I
you
was
to
fine
set
with
it
that.
up.
Yeah, because they were horrible. I didn't, they
well, and that I'd forgotten that the Giants had left New York, and then the Dodgers left New York, and New York had no team.
Yeah.
Because then they finally get the Yankees, but they still don't have a National League team. They'd been accustomed to having a National League team. And so this is, and then the difference in the fan bases, how they see each other, was interesting. It was interesting.
When we were there too, it was funny because New York has multiple teams and multiple sports, but there's like a group of them all bridged together,
right? Yeah.
And then the other side is all bridged together.
Correct. Yeah.
Like if you were a Yankees fan, you were a Giants fan. And you were what's the hockey? I don't remember. And
Rangers.
You had to be Rangers. Or Islanders.
Islanders and Rangers.
You had to line all three of them up.
Yeah, but the Mets, they always went with
Jets,
the Jets, and the Nets.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you had the basketball.
Yeah, and in basketball, and the Knicks was with the Yankees and the.
Yeah, I don't remember how they matched up, but
yeah,
they
something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, but the bottom line is, once you declared your allegiance to one team, you were then assigned the others.
You're right. It all went together.
Yeah. So I don't know how that all works, but this was very interesting about this very, very unique team. And this unique time, Bubba, you'll like it because it's in the '80s,
right?
But
the greatest decade mankind has ever seen.
Now, look, it's the life of professional baseball players. It's a little rough.
Yeah.
And Lynn Dykstra, wow.
Yeah, wow. If you are easily bothered by language or analogies, do not watch it when Lynn Dykstra's on screen.
They could
Lenny
have
Dykstra,
a 30-30 just on Lenny Dykstra.
No, they could. Yeah. They could.
He was a great investment guy, and he crashed, went to jail.
Yeah.
Yes.
But his whole mental state, it's like it's boy. He's had some damage.
What about when he went to that tryout and they asked him if he was a bat boy? He got mad about it.
If you're bothered by somebody's response, you cannot be language sensitive.
No,
and you can't be there's no things on the screen that are lewd,
right?
But there's going to be discussions that are edgy.
Yeah.
And but what a documentary though. The story. See the whole Bill Buckner background thing. I didn't realize.
Guys, the fact that it's 5-3, no outs. I mean, 2 outs and nobody on, and they're having to go to the locker room and get people that are sitting in there drinking beer.
Yes.
To come up to pinch hit.
That alone is worth it.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That alone is worth it. Forgot about George Foster and all that.
I did too.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us as we make our way back. All right, so let's get into an update of a story that we've already brought you.
The Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update.
So the update, and not surprising here, just now official. So the remains that were found up in the Grand Tetons, these have now been confirmed. That they are the body of the missing girl, Gabby. You say, is it Petito?
Petito, yeah, that sounds right.
Yep. Say her last name, and then Brian Laundrie. For some reason,
that's a weird name too.
Well, for some reason, the local officials there are getting a little flack because I'm looking. Some people are saying that Brian Laundrie returns from a road trip with Gabby Petito, his girlfriend. She's not with him. He doesn't want to talk about it, and for several days he just went about his life. And like the people were saying that lived in the neighborhood said he went on a bike ride with like his mom, and then when we looked, he's cutting grass, and he was acting like.
Would nobody go, oh, by the way, you had a girlfriend with you when you left, and she appears to not be with you anymore. What's up with that?
I know that people are innocent until proven guilty, but if you come back from a road trip with a girl who's missing, and you've come without her, you left with her. You come back without her, nobody knows where she is, and you don't want to talk about it.
And you had a domestic dispute that was well documented by the police.
Right.
And a passerby that saw him slapping her and reported that to police. I mean, it's just a lot of odd here. Now, are we sure that he came back to the house? Because I heard yesterday there was conflicting reports on that, whether he actually came back or not. And I heard somebody saying, were the parents even in on trying to get him hid?
Well, that's a big story.
Here's a witness, and this is how
wasn't the van back at their house?
Here's how I interpret it, Bubba.
I don't know.
Here's what the witness said.
I believe it was.
That lives in the neighborhood where he lives. The witness says he mowed the lawn. He and his mother went for a bicycle ride around the block. I mean, everything was just like normal life once he came back. And I just can't get over the fact that it seemed like nothing bothered him. How can you do that? So this is a person claiming they watched him interact with his mother and mow the lawn. So I would only think that would be he's back in his parents' house.
And did
right?
I read, and I may have misread, or there's been so much on it. She lived there with them at his parents' house, right?
No, I've never heard that.
Yeah, and that he had been back without her for 10 days before her family reported her missing.
Yeah.
But now I guess maybe they didn't know she wasn't with them.
Yeah, I think that's
because she did live with them and him. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So,
but again, how about obviously his parents? Wouldn't they ask where she at?
Yeah,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. You know, the authorities there are catching some heat because they were not keeping a closer eye on him. But again, innocent till proven guilty. They keep saying he's a person of interest. They haven't charged him with anything. I think some of that is so they have more leeway in what they're doing because once he's a suspect, certain aspects of protecting him kick in. So I don't know if that's standard procedure the way they're doing it or not. Did we hear any more on the trail camera that got a picture of somebody in Baker, Florida?
I've heard both. It's definitely him, and then I've heard it's nowhere near him.
Neck tattoo
so,
that he don't have or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, they
said that was
glasses around his neck.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And then, of course, MSNBC's Joy Reid showing a lot of sensitivity to those that are connected and know Gabby Petito. She wants everybody to know that we're making a big deal about this, not because of someone's been murdered in a bizarre way on a trip, because she's white. It's missing white woman syndrome.
Well, I remember
that makes a lot of
even
sense.
In our state, we had a young lady that was not white that was kidnapped at a convenience store, near Auburn, and that also got big news on that too.
Equal hype, it seems. It seems people care about missing people that may have been murdered, no matter.
Yeah, I can truly say, me personally, when I read the story, who's the race of anybody involved never crossed my mind.
I never even thought about that. But here is Joy Reid showing incredible sensitivity. Here we go.
But the way this story has captivated the nation has many wondering, why not the same media attention when people of color go missing? That's ridiculous. The answer actually has a name, missing white woman syndrome, the term coined by the late and great Gwen Ifill to describe the media and public fascination with missing white women like Lacey Peterson or Natalie Holloway. while ignoring cases involving missing people of color.
Like? Where are those?
So where's an example that someone went missing in a similar way? The one you're talking about in our state, it was.
I can't recall her name right off the top of my head.
I honestly know that racism exists. I'm not ignorant to that, and it is evil. I honestly have never experienced people saying that we care less. Let's say there was a couple of, and she, I'm going to use the term she used.
Aaliyah Blanchard.
This exact same story had happened, and the couple happened to be a couple of color. They went on a road trip. They have a relationship. People saw them having a domestic situation. He comes back without her. Her body is somewhere out on this road trip. We find it. I honestly believe we would all be sitting here discussing it exactly the same way.
Yeah, I do too.
Except
Because we have, Rick.
Yeah,
we have when this has happened before.
But we would be racist for accusing him of doing something wrong.
Well, now that's
in that
true.
Case.
Yeah,
So you really can't win either way.
That's right. So this is, I find Joey Reid's comments to be silly and insensitive and horribly timed.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, so I can't believe when there's this, she's going to keep a tally on the media coverage, and she's come up with she's comparing it to some cases some cases that she's not even telling us about.
All right.
So
list me an example of those that were ignored.
It seems too that we give a tremendous amount of coverage when someone of color is killed by police, and we give that really more coverage than if the police killed somebody that wasn't of color.
That's true.
But I mean, I understand you say, well, that's because we think there may be a racial element to it. Whatever. I don't think in these particular cases, though, when law enforcement is not involved, that anybody sees it as less tragic or less. I mean, I'm just going to be honest, interesting.
Yeah.
Regardless of the ethnicity of the couple. I
think people as a whole are concerned about these things because they
and interested
because they can relate.
Exactly.
Most of them have children. Most of them have situations they could see themselves in this. So I think they're concerned about it, and I don't think color has played into any of them that I know of.
Well, it's just
and I think it's just Joy Reid being Joy Reid, and she's just trying to get some headlines.
I don't know. If it does, it feels like I want to be on TV, and I want to say something that everybody's afraid to say. I'm so courageous. You really kind of come across as being insensitive and petty. Top of the hour, and we'll continue to follow this case, but it has been a bizarre case. I wonder if we'll get some sort of cause of death at some point. That'll be interesting. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes past the hour of the show that has lasted 27 years, basically, because it's not as bad as you thought it might be when you first heard about it. So we go forward. We got the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler here today. Speedy out. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Taking care of some responsibilities to his parents. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Loving it. Now, what bunch, and we'll get to some of your phone calls here momentarily, but first of all, which bunch are you going to tell me about now? I know you're into these private entrepreneurial space travel companies and groups.
Right.
Who's this one?
No, this is the Space Force.
Oh, is this Space Force in
America
Huntsville?
Space Force.
Okay, so this is not...
See the logo right there? Space Force,
the one
baby.
you've got the logo on. Okay,
That's right.
I got you. This is the one that Trump sent to Huntsville.
Well, the command.
Well, he said that on the air.
Right.
He said that. Yeah, I mean, he said it right
here. It was
here
another process, but
he said it right here on the show.
It happened during his administration.
Right. Yeah. So and so now if you're going to be in Space Force,
yes,
this is
it's a division of the Air Force right now.
This is what military uniform you would wear.
Yeah, Rick. The logo when it first came out, there was a lot of mocking about it, saying that it looked like Star Trek's Starfleet Command, and there is a similarity.
Yes, sir. I like it. I'm looking at it on your computer right now. I don't think.
Yeah,
it's
I
bad.
think it's really cool. So they came out and unveiled their uniforms yesterday, and they do have kind of a Star Trek, Star Wars look to them a little bit.
Do they really?
Yeah, they have. It's a navy blue uniform that features a series of silver buttons running diagonally from the right shoulder to the chest, much like those seen on Star Wars and Star Trek.
All right, there we go. So
I think it's a pretty good looking uniform, don't you? That's it on the left, by the way. The right is the Battlestar Galactica.
I actually like the one on the right better. The one on the left looks a little Navy-like, though. I mean, we've got something similar, but you're talking about the way the buttons go and everything?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I see that.
Double-breasted kind of look to it.
I like the in this particular case.
Yeah, in that particular case.
I actually like so this one now. This is another look at it. Now we're looking at Captain Kirk.
It has the pullover that connects diagonally, but not in the middle. 3/4 of the way over.
Yeah, I got you.
And coming down at an angle. So there is some similarities to it. There's no doubt. Did you know, too, that the people who are going to be in the Space Force, do you know what they're going to be called?
I do not.
Guardians
of the Galaxy.
I like that.
I mean, they're taking that. I mean, there's a lot of sci-fi influence in this, you can see, for sure. And I'm all right with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're in the
Army,
really? You're a soldier. So if you're in the Air Force, you're an airman, and if you're in Space Force, you're a guardian.
Please look at the two logos side by side.
Yeah, I mean they are similar.
Are we trying to play Star Trek here? I mean, so explain to me what Star Command does.
Starfleet Command?
Starfleet. What is it called? Space Force?
Now now wait a minute. Are you talking?
I'm talking about this.
You're not talking about
the real
Star Trek.
The real life version.
Star Trek wasn't real. I'm talking about the real one.
Well,
what does the United States Space Force? What do they do?
They are in charge of everything above aircraft level at a certain height.
Right.
It's just like the Air Force is in charge of the air, the Navy's in charge of the water. The Army, the land, Marines have a dual purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So. It's just another branch that we need to be in and specialize in because that's
because other countries are.
Yeah, they're doing it, and we got to be prepared to meet those challenges, Rick. That's what the military does.
So, what do we fly out there and fight out in space, or are we?
Well, we will be prepared to do that at some point if necessary.
I got you.
But they, they look over our satellite fleet and they take care of our satellites and guard.
Would they be
those.
the ones that would shoot missiles out of the air that are coming?
They
from,
probably have something to do with that. Yeah.
Something that's coming from kind of what Reagan was trying to do is what I'm saying. To give us some protection,
a missile defense shield type thing.
Yeah.
Well, we have one of those now.
Understood.
And
that's kind of what I was.
I don't know if all that's been transferred to Space Force or not.
Seems like it should go into the Space Force.
Probably
catalog.
Some of that. Probably some of it Air Force.
Right.
Yeah.
The Marines, they got no problem with the Navy. They said every time they fight, they give them a ride.
Right.
So they
they grew out of the Navy. Right. They? When they're part of it, now they're their own branch.
That was a quote from a few good men.
I know. Space Force will probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
It's that in that step where it's part of something.
You know, like we have Parris Island for the Marines, and we have all the different. Where am I going to train for Space Force?
I couldn't tell you that. But I know the some of the bases have already been transferred to Space Force. Like Cape Canaveral is now Space Force Canaveral. So
can anybody sign up for Space Force? Do I need to bring a degree and something there?
I guess if you're going to go into military service, you have to decide, kind of what fits your abilities the best.
So will I be at the school assembly, and I will get up and I will hear from the Army, I will hear from the Navy,
Air Force,
hear from the Marine, the Coast Guard,
and
Space Force.
Space Force is technically part of the Air Force right now, so I don't know how they would differentiate that. I don't know.
Right. I mean, I'm picturing.
Doesn't the logo even say that Department of the Air Force on the bottom of it?
It does. Yeah, it does. Right there where the Starfleet said protecting planets.
Right. I haven't read what all went into that logo, but I'm sure all those stars mean something.
Right. Yeah. I didn't watch Star Trek, so I don't know all this, but now that I see it, I do understand it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just thought those uniforms were kind of cool.
Right.
And the fact they're called Guardians.
So it's the United Federation of Planets and then the Department of the Air Force.
Right.
The logo is alarmingly like Star Trek. I mean, the uniform is somewhat like Star Trek,
right.
It
favors.
But
it
the
favors.
logo came right off Star Trek. I mean,
well, let's face it. Starfleet Command had a good logo.
It did.
But
Pretty cool
it wasn't
ship.
real.
Right.
If
you were going to sit down, would you rather watch Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica?
You usually hear the question asked, are you Star Trek or Star Wars? They seem to be.
Even though I seem that's a little different to me.
But
TV show.
Yeah, I enjoy all of them. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like Battlestar Galactica too. Yeah. I watched it as a kid, and there wasn't anything scarier than those robots on there that had that eye that went back and forth, and that little crazy guy that was their leader who would insult them all the time.
See, I didn't watch it.
The humor of that guy would own you.
Now, what was the other one that had the Trouble Will Robinson? What was that?
That's Lost in Space.
Okay, see,
that was a family that was kind of like explorers sent out.
So we just sent a family out like we're doing now.
Yeah, it was Swiss Family Robinson space version.
Yeah,
and Dr. Smith was a stowaway on there, so his weight threw the thing off, and they went through a wormhole, and they don't know where they are.
Is that how that happened?
Yeah, that's kind of the backstory.
See, I never watched any of these shows because I for some reason I had some kind of resistance to anything about space.
Well, and Rick. To say I love Lost in Space when I was a kid would be an understatement.
Okay,
I loved it.
Why?
And you couldn't get it like you can now. You had to wait till 11:30 at night on some channel.
Oh, I remember.
That was going to sign off at 12:30.
Right.
So it was tough to be a fan of Lost in Space.
Yeah, I was not, and I don't know. I do not know what it was. I had an aversion to anything that involved space. I don't know why. It just didn't draw me in. Now you give me some dinosaurs,
right?
Then I'm in.
The robot owned me on Lost in Space.
There was something about the fact that they're out in a galaxy that I didn't like, and I don't know.
Trying to find their way back.
I don't know what it is. I want everything to be on some more solid ground.
Well, Dr. Smith, who had so many things about him you wouldn't like, kept messing everything up every time.
Was he the Gilligan of the bunch?
Yeah,
but in a very intelligent way,
in a dark way, almost.
Right? Yeah.
To the point you kept going, shoot Dr. Smith, leave him on a planet, and y'all move on.
Same thing. I used to scream that at Gilligan's Island.
Right.
Somebody just take Gilligan out of this plan.
Right.
Go put him up somewhere.
Because the scientists had a radio built about 3 times.
Right.
Gilligan would knock it over with a coconut or something, tear it up.
Yeah, just separate Dr. Smith and Gilligan from our attempt to get where we want to go.
Yeah.
Your phone calls are next.
Danger, Will Robinson.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Love that robot. We shoot fire, shoot the lightning out of it.
It was great special effects.
Oh, yeah.
Your phone calls coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
So the price... The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we're going to take phone calls on anything you want to talk about. Bubba, someone did send us, we found a picture of you in some of the new Space Jam stuff. Have you seen this?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, here's a picture of Bubba. You ready for
Space Jam or Space Force?
Space Force, there you are. Bubba's in his Space Force uniform right there.
As a whiner, brother.
Looking good.
I never got that stuff.
I know. I forgot that even happened. That's us in the Bible Man as the villains, the Weiner brothers.
Yeah, that was good. That's our microphone where we're broadcasting.
All right, we have an anonymous caller that says that he can help us with Space Force on what their role's going to be. Anonymous, you're on. Go right ahead.
Fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Morning.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, Rick. I wanted to say first, I saw you in Americus in January. I really appreciate. I enjoyed meeting you in Helms, and I really appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. So before Space Force, the Air Force's motto was to fly, fight, and win in airspace and cyberspace. So after Space Force, it's now to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere.
Air power anytime, anywhere.
Roger that.
Roger that. Okay. What does that mean?
Just a slogan.
Air power. It means air power anytime, anywhere. But Bubba, I wanted to say too that the USMC. It is one of the 8 uniformed services. We have 8 uniformed services here. While it's considered a sister service, it's still under the Department of the Navy, so they're not their own branch.
Okay.
Okay. All right. There you go. Thank you very much.
That's the one with scary, Rick.
Thanks for the kind
Galactica.
words and your service to our country.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Do you like the Battlestar Galactica robots? They were scary.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought they were scarier than stormtroopers. You know, the stormtroopers in Star Wars didn't appear to be very good shots.
They
Did you ever
weren't very
notice
good
that?
at all, no.
You'd have 12 of them shooting at you.
Yeah.
You'd never get hit, and you go rolling with a pistol and knock about 4 of them
Yeah,
out.
they didn't seem hard to defeat. They really, it's almost like their whole strategy was numbers.
Yeah.
They weren't very good.
The cool factor was up there, though.
It was.
You think more than the Battlestar Galactica robot?
I do.
I'd like to wear either helmet.
Yeah.
That eye going back and forth,
Sure.
I thought was cool. You remember the supergroup Planet Rock?
Yeah, and they
had a robot like that was exactly like the Battlestar Galactica, or they wore that outfit.
Yeah, did the stormtroopers, did the dark side, did they ever
ever hit anybody?
Well, did they hold any kind of training to teach them how to shoot? Or they just
I don't know. It's like they couldn't hit a broadside of a bullet. There'd be 12 of them shooting at you, and nobody ever gets hit.
They can't hit anything.
No.
I was a stormtrooper for Halloween a few times.
I need those pictures.
Serious business.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Did you love it?
Oh, yeah.
Larry.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. The Mandalorian, the most recent Star Wars thing, they actually make fun of that. The fact that stormtroopers can't hit anything. There's a couple scenes where they're just trying to do target practice and keep missing.
Oh, okay. So they embrace it in the new one. That's good.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of them. They just never get anything done.
Larry in Alabama. Larry, go ahead.
Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember watching Space 1999 on Saturday nights about 10:30, 11 o'clock?
I forgot about that.
Let's see.
No, I do remember.
That was a kind of a creepy show. It was people being frozen and all that. I mean, it come on Popcorn Theater right after the news went off.
Hey, can I ask you this, Larry, to see if I remember it right? Because I may be confusing
I remember that.
I think Greg and Greg, you're nodding. Did we get an action series of Space 1990 ship?
You had a spaceship, probably.
Yeah, and I had that.
Moon base.
Was there
a moon base with little pods?
Yeah, were the people orange? They had an orange uniform.
Yeah, I think maybe so, but they traveled to different places and used the moon as their base. And had little.
I remember that.
It was all that was like a miniature version, and they would zoom in on it, and then they would take you to a sound stage and do the show on the inside.
Do you remember, Larry? Do you remember the series called UFO?
I don't remember that one. Do you remember Buck Rogers?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever watch
the later version?
Did you? Yeah, I didn't. I didn't watch it, but I remember there was something called Buck Rogers.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
See, there's that aversion to space again. But I don't know how I ended up with a Space 1999 spaceship with action figures, but I kind of dug it, but I never watched the show. Let's go to Anna in the great state of Alabama. Anna, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I'm still sitting here picturing stormtroopers up there. Y'all giving me a great mental image this morning to giggle at.
Thank you.
It's like I imagine Jeff Foxworthy running Space Force. Anyways, I just wanted to say to y'all, I'm in the news business, but does Gayle King have like a filter for like appropriateness, or is it just gone?
Gayle King, or are you talking about Joy Reid?
Oh my God, I said Gayle King. That's what I'm.
Don't throw Oprah's girlfriend in there. You're gonna be in trouble.
Gayle King.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm just giving myself out. Anyways, I just wondered if she even thinks about the grieving family members, if she thinks about, this is all it's already taken it to a race card.
Yeah.
It seems like that's just the default with every story. It's race, it's misogyny, it's Trump. They only got about 4 cards, and they play it on every story.
Jonathan in
Sometimes
Huntsville.
it's just a story.
Yeah.
It's just a story.
Yeah, everything doesn't have that element in it. Jonathan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jonathan, go ahead. Jonathan?
Hey.
Okay. Let's go to
I really
Greg.
like those uniforms.
Greg in Alabama. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, yes. Good morning, guys. My only question, as you were talking about the difference between the branches and Space Force, what happened to NASA? Maybe you covered that, but where does NASA, the organization NASA, fit into all that?
Well, they're
exploration.
They're the civilian space agency.
Yeah.
They're not tied to the military.
And aren't they more about exploration, where Space Force is more about protection?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You see me chime in right there?
Yeah, that was good. NASA's exploration and invention and innovation and all that. If you go to Cape Canaveral, that is the military side. The Kennedy Space Flight Center is the civilian side, and they are separated by a giant wall.
I also saw, and I could be wrong about this, Space Force something here. It says implementation of vaccines.
You just try to get emailers stirred up. What you trying to do?
Let's go to Bruce in Nashville. Bruce, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, I got a couple of things for you here. First of all, I almost called in the other day to tell you I thought you had been doing a fantastic job with monoclonal antibodies. Man, you were on a run there for a while.
It was.
Yeah. It was just, I thought it was amazing. You got off the track a little bit yesterday, but over and all, I think you've done a great job with it. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
I think. Also, Monday you said something about, I think you said, we're not really good interviewers. We just ask the questions that we want to know. That's exactly why you guys are great interviewers. You ask questions that your audience wants to know, and you ask it in a way that we would ask it, and you don't ask it for other people in the industry. So I just want to tell you, I think you guys do a great job with the podcast.
Thank you. Very nice of you to say that.
Look at you being encouraging.
Don't downplay yourself. And last thing is, have you watched the new Lost in Space on Netflix? It's really, really good.
Really? I never even heard of it.
The Dr. Smith is a woman, and she is a bip.
I didn't know it.
Somebody else had mentioned that to me, but I have not seen it. I didn't see the movie they redid that had Joey in it from Friends either.
I haven't seen any of that. No, of course, I haven't a version of Space. I didn't know there's a new Lost in Space.
Did they change the robot?
It looks like it.
I want the old robot exactly like he was.
Are you open to seeing that at all?
Yeah, I might check it out.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Have you ever thought about wanting to learn to play guitar? But, it's just so complicated. And it's a lot to learn, and it takes forever before you're playing any music. You kind of lose interest in it unless, it's something that you just really were called to. But Chord Buddy can help. ChordBuddy.com. Go there right now. Travis Perry and the gang down there in Dothan, Alabama. You probably might have seen them on Shark Tank when they pitched this idea. It's now the highest rated learning system for guitar because the Chord Buddy is designed like training wheels were designed for bicycle learning. And what it does, it attaches to the neck of the guitar, and you can play because the Chord Buddy holds the chords for you, and all you do is press a button, and away you go. And then as you learn to hold the chords yourself, you can play without the Chord Buddy, or you know what? If you really don't care what people think, you just want to play the guitar, just keep playing with it on there if you want to. Why is that so bad? So
what's the matter with that?
And if it's all about playing the guitar, then just play guitar. So go to ChordBuddy.com right now, and you will love this learning system. And let me tell you what you can do. It's not very expensive at all. For less than $50, you can learn from the system, as I said, voted #1, and you can press the button and play any chord that it will hold. It really is that simple. So if you're interested also in maybe picking up a guitar, they've got a new shipment, so they got a great inventory of guitars that are at great prices as well. So look at all the packages that are available to you right now by going to ChordBuddy.com, ChordBuddy.com, and of course there's always a link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So to the phones we go. Let's go to Charles in Florida. Charles, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning. I guess you put me on hold. I thought you had lost me. I wanted to know if you could go back to Monday morning between 8:50 and 9 a.m. and you were playing the snippet of an intro song. It was, I was sleeping with a loaded gun, and I was thinking about the thing I've done.
Yeah, that is called Money and Fame. That is the name of it, and it is by what's
Money
her name?
and Fame.
What's her name, Adler? The band.
Is that Need to Breathe?
Need to Breathe. That's it. Yeah.
Need to Breathe.
Need to Breathe is the group, and the song is Money and Fame.
Need to Breathe, Money and Fame.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for remembering that lyric, because without it, you were going to have a hard time.
We were out of luck.
That's it. Austin, out of the ATL, Bubba, over in Hot Atlanta. Austin, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey. Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. Go ahead.
So I have a few friends who have a different opinion on worldviews, kind of with our political views, such as, just things that are purely political, but would agree on sanctity of life. So kind of what role should the church play when we have those little minor disagreements?
So what do you mean? What do you want the church to do? You got two church members that disagree politically but agree on sanctity of life. I'm not sure what you're asking the church to do.
Yeah, so if we agree on pure biblical issues as a church, how should we handle those small disagreements? Maybe in a small group, just among friends, how should those agreements be handled?
Oh, okay. Well, really, and here's a bizarre concept. You would go to Scripture for that really addresses that. Paul says, do not engage in foolish arguments. He says, do not major in the minors. Now, if you need to make a stand that just happens to be a political view that is dealing with who God is, and you're saying, in this part of my political view, I also believe that God is wrong on this particular thing, then you certainly have to defend Scripture, and it's not because you're against that person, it's because you're devoted to God. And but if it gets into the things that, like you said, hey, we both in here agree on where life begins, but I disagree on how we do taxes, or I disagree on how we handle our military, or the role of the government, I wouldn't even engage in those things. I would just say, everybody has a right to their own view. The only thing you should be really making a stand on is if someone is calling you to blaspheme Scripture or blaspheme God. If it's a difference of political things and how the government runs and all that, I wouldn't get involved in that at all. I mean, it just really, it's not going to serve any purpose.
Is that what you're talking about?
Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir. Answer my question. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And I would say that I'd go to, look where Paul talks about this to the church at Corinth. I think you'll find some discussions about this. I want to say maybe around chapter 14 when he starts talking about some of this. But he's basically saying don't major in the minors. But let me be clear, because this happened in a small group I was in. Before you knew it, they were using examples that would be don't major in the majors. Mm-hmm. We still major in the majors. We do it with love. We do it as gently as we can, but we do not get into arguments that have nothing to do with Scripture or have nothing to do with who God is.
And it is.
They serve no purpose.
I didn't know if he was talking about minor church discussions or just strictly politics among believers.
Yeah, isn't that what you said? You're in a small group and politics breaks out?
Yeah, mainly small political issues, discussing, okay, how should the church handle taxes? Right. Some person may have a understanding of Scripture of, hey, Jesus would cause us to have a higher social safety net. Someone may interpret something along those lines, and I would have a difference of opinion, kind of align with you guys.
Jason, wait a minute. I'm sorry, who is this? Austin. Say that again about the safety net. What was that?
So I have some friends who, would fall on a liberal spectrum and would kind of interpret, some of Jesus's teachings, of we should help the poor, we should help those people, and would kind of, say, well, maybe we should have a stronger government presence than I would interpret Scripture to believe. And, I agree with you guys wholeheartedly, on we have a right to work, we have a right for individuality. And some of those people might kind of disagree, slightly on those issues.
Jesus didn't say for the government to take care of him. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't. And so it's really not biblical to say Jesus was all about government programs.
That's inaccurate.
But again, I wouldn't engage in that because it's not a redemption. If somebody says my political view says life does not begin at conception, and I believe God's wrong, or I don't think the Bible says that, or I believe politically that God's evolved on marriage. Well, then you have to stand up and say, well, now you've left the political realm and you're into the moral realm. The moral realm, you definitely always make the stand with God, not against the person, but for God. And if they oppose you because of your devotion to God, then there's nothing much you can do about that. The Bible says, be at peace with others as much as you can handle the situation. Sometimes people won't let you be at peace with them. But when you get into saying, if they think that, they think that the government programs for people should be bigger and you think they should be smaller, I wouldn't draw some line on that.
Well,
not from a biblical standpoint.
I think if you do it in a small group, you're certainly allowed the freedom to discuss those things under the government. I don't think there's any prohibition about discussing the way you should do various projects, which I would put a lot of the political stuff under that. I think the main thing is that you don't want to get into public disputes about minor topics that would make the church family not look appealing to the people who are not in it.
Absolutely.
But now, if you and other believers want to get on the back porch and argue about taxes, I think that's a different thing.
Yeah, but if it takes away from the study of God's Word, because, see, you're almost thinking, we do this all the time, and I've been as guilty of it as anybody. We're sitting here arguing that's taking us away from growing spiritually, where if we grew spiritually, we may not be having this argument. You know what I mean? I mean, the person may change their mind once they learn more about Scripture and grow spiritually, and before you know it, y'all both grown so much spiritually, you don't even disagree on this anymore.
I think the real...
Don't let it take away from going from spiritual infancy to spiritual maturity. It's nothing but a sidetrack to nowhere.
And also, back to the point you were particularly making, I don't think there's any way you justify the gospel saying that it's okay to be a socialist or a communist.
Right.
And I think there was the hippie movement tried to do that to a degree.
Right.
And I don't think that is accurate in any way.
You really find Christ having very little to do with the government other than saying the governments are here.
Punish bad people.
Romans 13. My father had to set this up because he tried to let you govern yourselves with just kind of doing your own thing. It didn't work. So he had to establish world governments. And so these world governments are mainly here to keep order because everything's become so sinful. But this is the part we mess up on.
Or as punishment to us.
He clearly said, to punish us. He clearly said to pay you taxes. He says, I couldn't care less about what Caesar wants. Give him this coin. It's a stupid coin. He said, but you better give to God what is God's. And sometimes we miss that second part.
Yeah.
We go, we're supposed to pay our taxes. But he said, you give to God, though, what is God's. We better figure out what is God's because, yes, we're supposed to pay our taxes, but we're also supposed to give to God what is God's. And what I would say in this conversation, this specific topic, is we need to be sure that we don't keep farming out to the government what we, the church, are called scripturally to do.
Right.
So you could certainly make that point. But on the bigger scale, if it's just a bunch of political disagreements that don't really have anything to do with Scripture, I would not even include them in the discussion. So hopefully that's helpful, because they're not going to go anywhere. And if everybody just keeps growing spiritually, a lot of people's views on a lot of things change. Mine certainly did. The way I saw things when I was lost or a spiritual infant, and the way that I'm continuing to change on the way I see things, it's all about growing spiritually.
Well, what a great time to live in, how blessed we are.
Yep.
Even on our darkest days.
Yep. 15 minutes to the top.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So Wednesday Bible study, speaking of our discussion, is today. We're walking through the book of 1 Corinthians. And we'll do that again today live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. And then Adler gets it to archive for you and out pretty quick after that and available on all of our social media platforms, including our podcast audio-only archives for the week as well and for the day. All right, so we'll get to some more phone calls here coming up shortly. But Bubba, as predicted, and, this idea that Peyton and Eli Manning will sit on the couch and discuss the Monday Night Football game or be on Zoom or whatever. They're doing it. Bottom line is they just sit there and comment on the game and have guests come in, the Manning brothers. They're saying that the second week gave ESPN a 132% increase from week one.
They were up from 800,000 to 1.9 million viewers. Now, this is the more laid-back description of the game.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the traditional broadcast drew an 11.9 million, which is still quite a bit more.
Sure.
But I'll be honest with you, I'm shocked. I kind of, at least with the hype that I'm hearing, I think more people are liking what the Mannings are doing right now.
Yes. So I love this. The Mannings deal with ESPN it runs through Peyton's company, Omaha Productions. Really? Omaha. and they've already, for 10 games in the next 3 seasons, so they don't do it every single game, or is that just how many Monday Night Footballs
they do 10 games for the next 3 years, right? Is that how it's saying?
And is that all the
Omaha?
Is that all the Monday Night Footballs there is? Is there only 10 a year?
I guess. I don't know.
So anyway, but the thing is, I believe what we're getting here, especially, we'll see how it works out with ESPN's political correctness and all that. Some people may, because what it looks like is I don't really know about it, or I'm not real sure about it. People started telling me about it. Then the second week I was really into it. It's going to be interesting to see where this is at the end of the season.
Yeah. Can they keep the hype up? Can they keep, extending that? I think more and more people are just hearing about it now, checking it out. So I imagine it still has a lot of upside. If 11 million people are watching that broadcast, I would think a lot of them would prefer the Eli Peyton version of it.
Yeah, I mean,
are they going to hurt that rating? Are they going to cannibalize themselves? Who knows?
Well, if you're ESPN, you're
that sounded like a programmer for a minute there, didn't it? Huh?
Well, if you're ESPN, you don't care because you're getting it all in your ESPN basket. Right. But as far as the
we're micro broadcasters.
But listen to this, Bubba. But if you're the person that gets paid to do the other version,
right.
You could be less valuable if these Peyton boys keep on pulling audience.
Yeah. Well, look, a win for one is a loss for the other. It's both a win for ESPN, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, I mean, I get in different moods about it. Right now, I'd be more apt to do Manning Brothers because I'm not really drawn to the NFL anyway. I would watch the Manning Brothers because I would rather see some comedic
and they're
than
bringing
to take
gas.
it serious.
Okay, if you are a passive viewer to the game, you probably, I would like the Peyton brothers better.
Yeah,
Manning brothers, Peyton and Eli.
Yeah.
But if I'm into the game, if I really want my team to win, and I might want the more serious broadcast.
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah. See, I would definitely be a Manning brothers because I just don't have any. There's not an NFL game that has me going, oh man, I don't know.
That's probably the only way they can make a Vikings game interesting.
There you go again.
Now,
it always goes back to this. It always goes back to this. But anyway, the viewership has doubled in 1 week, and an increase of 132%.
On a slightly related story, and I think it's in the pile, did y'all see where Lane Kiffin follows one person on Instagram, Arch Manning?
That's it?
Yeah. He's recruiting him. He's like a big hot. He's still got 2 more years this year.
Does he have 2
and next
more?
year? Yeah, he's just a junior.
Man, but that's the only person he follows.
Yeah,
that's it. Nobody else.
That's right.
So where is he looking at? Does he know?
Everywhere. I mean, everybody's offering. He's visited.
Tennessee.
He's been to Alabama.
Tennessee wants him. Ole Miss, of course, tie in there.
Have you ever seen him punt? He's a great punter.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
No, does it all.
Now this is the other brother's son, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that right? I don't know.
It's the brother who was injured that
had the neck issue.
What's his name? I can't think of his name. There's that Helmsley.
There you go. Cooper Manning.
Cooper
It's his
Manning.
son. And like I say, his highlights look pretty good.
Does
But
Peyton and Eli have any sons?
I think they're young.
Is it little?
Yeah.
I really don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I think they're a little younger.
Oh, he's following too.
Oh,
now.
Greg, he's picked up another. He's
Did he
finally
pick up
Must
another
be
one?
another recruit.
Oh, he's got Archie in there.
All right.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
I don't know who
He's
that
got
kid
granddad.
is. Yeah.
Oh, there's that Arch. That is.
that
Arch.
is Arch. Yeah.
Okay.
The one above it is some other guy, Matt.
According to this
C-O-R-R-L.
article, I guess he's changed since it. But that came out and said that he's following one person.
Yeah. Well, nowadays. Apparently, it doesn't matter who you're trying to follow because
He is
Instagram
the-
tries to get you to look at everything under the sun.
He's the Ole Miss quarterback now, current quarterback.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, is that what?
But let me tell you what, their offense lights it up.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Matt
Corral.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Kiffin's a good play caller, no doubt.
But see, here's the deal. Do you think the latest Manning, will he stick to family tradition? You can even kind of say Tennessee's family because of his uncle, but does he stick with Ole Miss? Or, his dad was originally on Ole Miss, and then he had that injury, or it was like narrowing of the spine or something.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Eli played there. And, of course, his granddad played at Ole Miss. They got to feel like they have a shot.
Peyton went to Tennessee, broke off, did his own thing. So
Does he do the same?
will he break off and go, I'm going to go to somewhere else?
Yeah, he may go somewhere that's not even tied to anything.
Exactly. So I don't know.
By the way, I think that's more likely. I don't think he'll go to Ole Miss or Tennessee. I think he'll do something different.
That name carries a lot of weight if you're at Ole Miss. A lot of people.
Well, Tennessee too.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he wants to chart his own path and keep the Manning tradition, spread the carpet a little wider. Roll it on out.
I've heard he's committed to the Tide.
He has visited, they said, or he's going to.
Well, sure he does. Of course you're going to visit the Tide.
Definitely.
You're Southern Miss, and you're playing them this week.
Yeah, boy, look out.
Well, and I will tell you this, though. I heard some guy talking about this yesterday, and he's right. But we tend to act like that these players aren't real people, that they're just – you say, well, Alabama, when they lost that great linebacker, they just put another one there. Yeah, but he was a starter for a reason.
Yeah, he was better.
Yeah, he was starting for – they're not just identical.
Yeah.
There's a reason that somebody plays first team and somebody plays second and third team, even if they are great athletes. But there's these things that Alabama's working through, and if anybody can work through it, they can.
Oh, yeah.
But they do have a lot of new faces out there. They're great, and they've been taught, and they've been there.
They have people step up.
But they lost a lot of.
I was watching the game. I hadn't had to see a lot this year, but I didn't know a lot of the names.
Right.
You will.
You will.
Oh yeah,
over time,
definitely by the end of the year.
But they were just saying that they showed. Like I tell you what was kind of shocking, and that just may be a credit to Florida. But Florida at one point in that game was handling their defensive front relatively well. A 99-yard drive or 90-something yard drive on Alabama. And there was a time when Florida had some moments they were controlling the line of scrimmage.
You're right.
Which none of people do that.
You don't see that much.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, Lord willing, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Our website for all the Rick and Bubba info. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Speedy is out today, but shall return tomorrow. Will of Meat still has not spun. That could happen anytime this week. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for another hour of Rick and Bubba.
Another hour of Rick and Bubba. How about the? I had my young Broderick is starting to. In our family, it's kind of odd. You either have really, really straight hair, which is kind of what I have, or you have a little more of a wiry feel. Mm-hmm. Which kind of I think comes from Greg, our dad, a little bit. Yeah. And so I like Boomer has a little bit of a wiry hair. Big Love has the straight, and then young Broderick has the wiry. And so when he lets his hair grow,
it's real wavy.
It really, you know what it does? It takes us back to the greatest decade mankind's ever known,
the great '80s.
And before you know it, like he comes by the house last night and. It's interesting how when they're out on their own, it's like they can sense things. And
like food.
Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "Well, Mom said she had key lime pie." and I was like, and then of course she's making him key lime pie at 9:45 at night, and I'm like, funny. "What are we doing?" And he was coming back for some banquet or something. But anyway, so I kept looking at him, and Sherry said the same thing. She goes, "He's let his hair grow, and now it's parted down the middle, and it's like feathers going." And she goes, "Who does he look like?" And, of course, I looked and I said, well, he looks like Andy Gibb. I said he's turning into Andy Gibb.
No, just a touch of Keith Parker.
Yeah, without his glasses on. And it's even longer than that now that we have in this picture. And so
Shadow dancing.
So I started singing these songs, and even Sherry says, "Well, I don't know these songs." She goes, "Why don't we sing Bee Gees songs?" I said, "No, Andy Gibb was not in the Bee Gees."
I'll shoot it. Now they sung a lot of.
She's like, "Sing something that we know." I said, "Of Andy Gibb, I'm singing." For so long, and then I'm singing "Shadow Dancing," and we're pulling up pictures and showing it to him. And she's like, "I don't know this song. Let's sing "Staying Alive." I said, "That's not Andy Gibb."
I just want to be.
He doesn't look like Barry Gibb. He looks a little bit like Andy Gibb. He doesn't like Barry Gibb, or his hair does. Look right there.
Barry's last one standing, right?
Yeah,
that is. That looks coming back though.
Yeah,
right?
It is. By the way, the mullet is 100% coming back.
The guy
100%.
The guy I text you about this weekend.
Yes,
they showed a quarterback, and gosh, you're gonna have to look back at the text to see what his name was. But they showed him, and Rick, he had straight hair in the front, and he had big wavy in the back. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was, and they even asked him, how long did it take you to grow it out? And he said, about a year.
Guys, I'm telling you, I'm seeing the traditional mullet.
It's coming back.
Some people call long hair a mullet, but that's not a mullet.
No,
the traditional mullet, and I think the
short
wings,
on the sides.
I think the mullet and the wings are both coming back.
Oh, the
that's
wings.
Not the guy I was talking about, but that's another one.
There's another one right there. Adler's showing that is a full blown mullet.
Yeah,
we got business up front, and we are partying in the back.
Yes, sir.
And I used to rock. Mine looked very similar to that.
What was that guy's name? It was something McCall. He was a quarterback for somebody.
Do you remember when
you talking about Bobby McCall?
Do you remember when mine was in its heyday, Greg?
Oh, Rick, yours was vulgar.
It wasn't good.
Yeah, it reached a point where I was like, wow. So
do you remember when I'd go to?
You talking about the horse's mane?
When I was fronting, some great garage band.
Yes,
and I would throw a cowboy hat on it and have the back flowing.
You look in the mirror and go, there it is.
I'd look at it and say, I'll tell you what, that something going right there looks awesome.
Look at that.
Look at me up front.
Let me give it one good fluff.
I'm ready to start it with a little bit of lynch mob.
A little wicked sensation.
You got that. But anyway, so the mullet, I've had people I've honestly brought it up before getting a haircut. This was before it's happening. If you bring up the mullet to anybody cutting your hair, the disdain that they show,
they get mad about it.
And I've even had them say that will not return. We won't let it. It's back.
It is.
It is full blown. I saw so many, and I'm seeing them out, Greg. I'm seeing
that was more of a Joe Dirt. I mean, that was more of a wedding singer.
Yeah, I didn't have it there.
You had a job.
I got a job there. Adler had a day job, and I had to cut my.
I had to cut
Look at Andy's big hair. Huh?
There it is. Yeah. 80s, baby.
That's 80s.
I think we all ought to
get
together.
My hair go? I had a head of hair.
We ought to just get together and vote to have the 80s again in the 30s or the 20s.
Did you just say the 30s?
Well, coming up.
Right.
So it's a nice
round.
I
see.
We've already started the 20s.
Right. Yeah, I got you.
But you know what? I'd settle for 8 or 9 years of the 80s.
Yeah.
Be better than nothing.
Somebody mentioned something to me about 2041, and I said, I'd be at 77 then. I don't know about that number. I like that number, but I don't know about me hitting that number.
I tell you, go out there and figure when you're going to be 80 and go, well, it's probably.
Yeah, but that's one thing that's driving. That's one thing that's driving my mom crazy right now. Is I keep treating her like I said, Mom, you're 80, you made it. She's like, are you just writing me off?
Yes, I'm done.
And I said, well, you're not done, but I mean, you're right now, my buddy. You play with house money now.
House money.
I mean, you're on the
gravy.
You're on the house money now. And that was the thing about this thing about isolating yourself and all that. I mean, you just got take you back, do your thing. She's vaccinated and all that. And,
this and that and
let's get back.
I think the guy that I text y'all about may have been from Coastal Carolina.
No, it was. That's what you said in the text.
EWERS, Quinn.
Yeah, you were telling
last year that whole team had a lot of mullet.
Yeah, Greg, you had chimed in and said that Coastal Carolina has more than one mullet.
Yeah, they're known for mullet.
They're known for the mullet. But
well, they had a shot of him getting ready before the game, and it had reached epic proportions. I don't see any of these photographs that are anywhere close to that. No, the Quinn guys, the Ohio State signee, EWERS.
Yeah,
but it was McCall
he's
or
got
something.
A weird one too.
Yeah, McCall or something. I can't remember.
Let me tell you one thing we did not have, and we were never able to play football long hair because Dad hated it.
Yeah, during spring training you could, but they made you. Or you even grow a beard during spring training.
Right.
I couldn't, but if I was able to, I would.
Right. Yeah. I remember seeing some really ugly beards in spring training.
But now once fall got here, you had to clean it up.
You had to clean nothing hanging out of the back of the helmet. And and I hated that because I wanted to be awesome.
I know.
Look right there, Bubba. There's Coastal Carolina right there. Look at it.
It was the whole team got mullets.
Mullet city. Let me tell you, but guys, it's back. I mean, I hate to break it to all the hairdressers out there. It's back.
You better start working on their mullet.
It is back. Do you think there'll be any that just refuse a mullet?
Say, I'm sorry, we don't do that here.
Yeah,
do you think they'll have a sign in the window like with a mullet with a line through it, like "Don't come in and ask for"?
Do you think they'll have the same
like
sign?
No stairway to heaven if you're on a guitar shop.
You remember when it had no stairway? You couldn't play Stairway to Heaven on the guitar in the guitar shop.
When Wayne's World.
Bubba tried to claim they had that up at the radio station somewhere.
Oh, Greg, that's a whole
different.
Did he try to bring that up?
He did.
It's true.
It's different. And everybody kept playing it. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they made it to where the needle it would slide across it.
Well, don't play it backwards.
There's some other things involved.
Well, Greg. You and me. We'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to get in. Any topic you want to talk about, fire them up. We'll chat with you. Find out what's on your mind. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Phone calls only. When the Rick and Bubba show continues, get all the information. Shop the Rick and Bubba store at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Troll me, baby. It's time for the phone troll. 866 We Be Big is the number. 30 seconds a pop. This one we really roll through them. And right now, looks like maybe one line available of the 10. So if you want to get on, you got to move. And the old buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We get to the next one. Let's start with Jason in Dawsonville, Georgia. Hey, Jason, 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
What's up?
Buddy.
Hey, so my Rick and Bubba addiction has reached a new level. I'm listening to best of stuff now.
Thank you.
I got to know, this Chance guy, is that real or is that a character?
That was a real person that we that we worked with.
Out there, please call in.
Yeah, Chance.
He disappeared about as quick as he came on the scene.
That kid owns me.
Yeah, it's like Chance and Paul Thorne went through the same portal. We don't know why that relationship ended. We're not real sure what happened.
We're not sure if we did something and owe somebody an apology.
Yeah, I don't know. But, yeah, Chance was the actual TV representative for Heartland Network, wasn't that it?
Yeah.
Yep. So that was a real person. Let's go to Wes in Spanish Fort. Wes, 30 seconds, go.
The Eli Peyton Manning thing was the first time I've watched a full Monday Night Football game in its entirety. But the people that they brought on were hilarious. Gronk was funny, but then Pat McAfee was hilarious. When he said Peyton Manning would come to the line and, hush the crowd, babies in the hospitals would stop crying, I about lost.
That's funny. That's fun. That's really good. Let's go to Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir, guys. First mullet. I'm 50 now. This was back in the glorious 80s.
Yes.
I looked at the barber. I didn't even know what a mullet was. I said, cut the front really short, leave the back long. He looked at me like, what? I said, just leave the back alone. Don't touch it. And I got a really strange reaction from my dad, from everybody else. I didn't even know what a mullet was, but I still knew it looked cool.
Are you saying you created the mullet, or you just saw others wearing it?
I don't know if I created it. I just thought that was a good look for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I did too. I rocked it just as hard as I could. If I could get a baseball cap on with the back flowing, you couldn't beat that.
I had a little curl put in the back of mine. So
Chuck is calling us from Cincinnati.
I thought it really looked good with a hat on too. I always thought that was the best.
Oh yeah,
look.
I loved it. I couldn't get enough of it. Let's go to Dwayne in Northport. Dwayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I want to tell you thank y'all for, first of all, for being such good stewards for the kingdom and spreading the good news.
Thank you, buddy.
And secondly, I think for you to do an entire segment as Beth Mullen.
Okay, now, Dwayne.
What would you say?
No, Dwayne.
No.
See, this is again.
None of us want to hear that.
And remember,
because what'll happen, you'll cut the radio off, and we have to live with it.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing, Dwayne, and this is our audience makes a bit of a mistake here, and you got to watch Speedy on this too. Less is more. we get something we kind of like, we got something that we're enjoying, and we want it to be done ad nauseum, and then we get tired of it.
Just sir, for your own listening pleasure, find a good Beth Moen segment and just put it on loop.
Yeah, because
listen to it over and over.
The reason why you're liking, and and it's bizarre that you do, but you're liking the Beth Moen's impression when it drops in is because the way we are doing it. If we turned it into it happened all the time, you would grow tired of it quickly, and we would grow tired of doing it, frankly. So let's not do that to people. Let's go to, as I've said to the tattoo community, less is more.
Less is more.
Nick in Birmingham, this is odd. Listen to ZZK. Nick, go ahead.
Coming soon to the news near you, a Trussell man just stole a cop car.
You saw it?
Witness, yes.
You witnessed somebody steal a police car?
Several people.
Several people saw it?
Yes.
Is the chase on right now? Did you watch it begin?
Many cop cars and a helicopter.
Oh, wow. And right here around the area?
Just left. Edwards Lake Road and Highway 11.
Okay, how about that?
Well, we had somebody grab one not too long ago. Remember on Saturday night?
How do you think that's going to end, though?
Well, it's not going to end good, Rick. Yeah. No. I'm not saying there's a clarity of decision there, but
stealing any car is bad. But you steal a police car?
Yeah,
I mean, that really draws a tremendous amount of attention.
Where are you going to stash that at?
Right. Let's go to a lot of Dwayne's today. I knew the mullet talk would bring them out. Dwayne and Warner Robins. Dwayne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Listen, I teach middle school Sunday school, and this past Sunday morning, when it was time to pray, asked all the young guys to take their hats off. And this one dude sitting right next to me had a mullet. And I said, "Son, is that a mullet?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And I'm talking full business up front, party in the back. Guys, 13-year-olds have mullets.
Oh, yeah. I think it's bigger with young people than it is with anybody right now.
Oh, yeah.
Did you lay hands on it?
It was beautiful.
Did you lay hands on it?
A tear came.
Yeah, that's here. I told y'all I've got a person that I've known for a long time that I went to church with for 20 years that never left the mullet. Very successful. He never, ever changed his mullet. Now he's back. He's back in style.
Well,
Greg,
they said to hang on to your bell bottoms.
A full-blown, absolute mullet. And he
never gave it up.
He never gave it up.
I'd like to see you bring yours back.
Greg, I might.
Oh, why not?
I might do that.
Mullet and a beard? Come on.
Greg, I never thought of that. I wonder what that look would look like.
Look rough.
Joe in Alabama. Hey, Joe, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Mac, Mac, Mac. Green Acres, fellas.
All right, what's on your mind?
Well, I tell you what. First of all, I want to let you know that that you admires on my speed dial, and I appreciate that very much. Roll Tide there to you.
Rotate.
Now, question: Bryce Young is obviously a great young quarterback, and he's supposed to be very athletic. But there have been lanes where he could have taken off and picked up 5-6 yards, taken a slide, never got touched, and picked up first downs. Alabama's protecting him mighty hard, which kind of indicates to me that maybe they're scared he really, really can't get hurt.
Well, I mean,
you're saying they're afraid he can get hurt or can't get hurt?
They're afraid that he will get hurt?
Yes, that he may get hurt, and they're worried about who's going to step in. Obviously, Alabama's talented.
I'm gonna take a slightly different take on that. I think they want him to stay in the pocket and execute the play as long as he possibly can. Running would be the last option.
Yeah, but it appears he's had a few of those lanes open as the last option.
You're saying he's not taking that option when it's there, is what you're alleging.
Exactly. And it's not all the time. It's just, there's a handful of times it would have been safe, but it doesn't happen. Either he's scared to run or they're scared for him to run.
Well, or just it may not be that he thinks he's as gifted in that area.
I didn't understand where he's failing. Did they tackle him behind the line on the plays you're talking about?
Well, it sounds like
I didn't see him take too many losses.
I think what he's saying is he could have picked up a first down. He could have done this. I'm just saying what he's saying.
But what happened instead of that? Did he throw an incomplete pass? Did he get sacked?
I saw a couple. I actually agree with him. It's a big step down from when we had Tui Tagliabue and Mackie Jones. Rotate. Not so on Bryce Young.
Tell you what.
Rotate.
Tell you what.
I think he's going to make it. I think he's going to be all right.
I think he'll be okay.
I don't know.
Well, he needs to tuck it and run.
I mean, this guy obviously seen it.
A couple of times there were lanes there. I actually agree with him.
Well,
Dwayne knows what he's talking about.
Given the fact he's got nearly $1 million in NIL, it may be a business decision.
Well, my decision, and that's the problem with the NIL.
Dion said sometime it was a business decision when he step out of bounds.
Yeah, exactly. Which was funny.
I believe that Nick Saban used this game, kept it close for a reason.
Yep.
To get the team to understand they can't be so full of themselves, listening to all the headlines. Every now and then, Nicholas Saban will keep a game close on purpose for the betterment of the future of the season, including one Bryce Young. The Road Tide.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll hit a few more topics, take a few more of your phone calls, so you can certainly get in here, and we'll line you up and get you ready to go. Hey, Car Shield is one of those long-standing partners with the Rick and Bubba Show, and for good reason. A lot of you have responded, and a lot of you have responded for good reason. You've responded because you realize that if your automobile no longer is under warranty and you have a repair that is needed, you're going to pay for it. You're coming off the hip. But if you were under a Car Shield protection plan and that was a covered repair and they would pay directly the ASC certified mechanic that you chose to repair your automobile. That's who they would pay directly without you even having to deal with it. You know what else you'd get? You'd also get roadside assistance 24/7, okay, under the protection plan. You get a rental car at no charge, and you get trip reimbursement, all inside the protection plan. And the code Bubba from the Rick and Bubba Show can get you 10% off whatever protection plan that you choose. CarShield.com or by calling 1-800-665-2157. So get your automobile under a Car Shield protection plan and go back to driving with peace of mind. Did you ever think, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey, did you ever think that you and me would be talking about a product and sharing duties as being spokespersons for a product with Ice-T?
You know, Rick, I can't say that I saw that coming. I'm not.
Look right there.
I'm not. Totally surprised by that. But it was not one of those things I could have. If you'd have pulled me aside as a teenager, I probably wouldn't have seen it.
No, there it
is. A lot
is.
of things I wouldn't have seen.
So Ice-T, he likes Car Shield too.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
He wants to protect his rides like everybody else.
So where did all of you like the TV show The Wonder Years?
I did.
You know what? I didn't. That's one of those that I thought that I should have liked, but I never really got into it. But if I ever caught a bit or piece of the show, I thought, that ain't too bad.
Yeah, I really like The Wonder Years.
They're remaking it now.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. So they're going to return tonight to ABC. It is the reboot of The Wonder Years. Now, I honestly don't want to play the game they want me to play with this.
Yeah.
Can we just say that The Wonder Years is back with brand new actors, brand new actresses, and here it is. It was a great sitcom. We think it can be rebooted with a new family, with a new kid, some new kids, and we're going to walk through their life. But, oh, no. It has to be, well, it's a reboot, and what we're doing is we're taking Wonder Years, and we're gonna do it with the black family. I don't care if the family's white or black, and if you want to do that,
it's a reboot. It's a reboot.
Why can't it just be a reboot of the Wonder Years with brand new actors and actresses?
Can I tell you? I saw one of the little promos they were doing for it. It was pretty funny.
Well, here's what's kind of cool.
And then the guy playing the dad, wasn't he on the detective show Psyched, which I thought was really good. I love that show.
Never even heard of it.
Have y'all not seen that?
I have not seen it. Psyched.
Okay. So. Y'all, it is our kind of humor, okay? It's this guy and his buddy, and they have a detective agency, and they primarily work for the police department. But he claims he's a psychic, but he's really not a psychic.
No, okay.
But that's the angle he used to get in. What he is, he's really good at noticing details.
He's a noticer.
And he makes out like he's and he'll even do the thing, Rick, like he's put his hand to his head and he'll start, and they can't believe how accurate he is, but he's really just spotting clues they missed.
Oh, wait a minute. You brought this up, I think.
And Rick, they throw by on the show so fast, back and forth, and he's always having his buddy dress up as something or play a role that he doesn't want to play. And it is, I'm telling you, it is funny. I never gave it what it deserved, but I've seen it in syndication, and I laugh every time I see it.
Okay, I think there was a story about Psych that it didn't do well when they released it, because you see this actor has had an opening. He's doing Wonder Years now.
And the other one is on another sitcom that's doing real well, too. But I can't think the name of it.
But when Psych went into, hey, let's just throw it in here in the archives, people fell in love with it.
Rick,
and they were like, wait a minute, this was actually a good show. We didn't give it enough when it was actually available to us.
I tell you why Greg would like it. The guy who plays the psychic, his dad is a retired police officer, and he's the one that actually taught him to look for clues and look at the situation. And the guy who plays that is Corbin
Burnson.
Yeah, the one that was in Major League.
Yeah.
And he's funny in that role too. And I mean, every character in that whole thing is funny. And of course, the police officers despise this guy. They don't like working with him. But there's a female, and there's some romantic tension there. But it's funny, they call him in, and he's able to solve all these crimes that they can't do. and they think he's a psychic, but he's not.
Well, here's the other thing. I didn't know this. And
season 7?
And Helmsy, you would know this. The actor that Bubba's talking about, Dule Hill, is that how you say his name, was also in The West Wing?
He was Charlie on The West Wing, which he phenomenal role, and then he's also in Suits and plays in that's real good.
Okay.
Yeah.
This Bubba picking Psych of all the shows he's been in is like he does with music.
It is. Same thing.
No, I'm telling you, Psych is funny.
Easy.
And it was before all this other.
So anyway, let me tell you this. This is another thing interesting about where we live. So
find us a Psych clip we can watch, Adam.
And it really bothers me that this article keeps referring. It refers to Fred Savage as a white star. No, Fred Savage was just an actor. And he's grown up now, and now a new actor is going to be on the reboot of the Wonder Years. I don't know what our obsession is with all this white, black. I mean, can't we? I thought the whole thing was we were moving to it. We just enjoy people. We treat people the same. We certainly love the uniqueness of ethnicity. That's fine. But does everything have to? We have to keep the scorecard. And of course, now I can go ahead and tell you this. It is going to be critically loved.
Yeah,
I can tell you that ahead of time. Okay, and I hope it is good. It may be fantastic. It's going to now be placed, you know where, Bubba? Montgomery, Alabama.
Really?
So this family will be in Montgomery, Alabama, and it's going to be showing what it was like for a black family to live in the South, and then they're going to talk about it's going to still be based in the 60s, like the original was. So it should be. I mean, I love the Wonder Years. I thought it was great, and I hope this is going to be good too. So you got to be careful with reboots. No matter what this has nothing to do with ethnicity and color. It just has to do with reboots. You got to be careful with reboots.
Yeah, a lot of people love that show, and I'm sure this one will be funny too. But I just never was on the Wonder Years wagon.
I really love the show, and I'll tell you why. Because you have somebody narrating it. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Richard Dreyfuss, right?
No, it's that guy, the curly-headed guy that was in.
No, Richard Dreyfuss was Stand By Me.
That was Stand By Me.
And I confused Stand By Me with the Wonder Years.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Because I actually
to
do.
A point.
All right, but Stand By Me I liked, and I like when an adult narrates his childhood and all of his friends and stuff. So I liked the movie Stand By Me. That drew me to the Wonder Years. Stay with me.
You're losing me by there.
Because now that curly-headed guy that was in Home Alone,
he does it.
Yeah, he does it, and it's kind of that same feel of Stand By Me, but it was an ongoing series.
You're right.
Can I be allowed to say it has the
Except
feel?
they weren't searching for somebody to be
I
hit
didn't
by a
say
train.
that. I didn't say
Besides
that.
I just
said
the
it had a
kids,
feel.
how they interact, and
hey,
being a kid.
That's open.
And I'm an adult looking back.
Yeah. And I thought The Wonder Years was a great show, and I will give this a shot. I don't watch a lot of primetime television. Is there an option for me to go back and watch it like archived and streaming and all that? But
I did not know that the original Wonder Years was narrated by the skinny bad guy from Home Alone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct.
Not Joe Pesci, but his partner.
Daniel Stern.
Daniel Stern.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Know that.
Yes.
Not know that.
Yes, I did.
See, that's why you come to this show to learn needless information that might come up in a board game.
Anybody know who Don Cheadle is?
Yes.
That's
you know exactly who Don
This is who's going to narrate Wonder Years, the new one.
Do you remember?
Who's Don Cheadle?
I'll give you.
Am I saying his name right?
Yes. Do you remember Married, what is it, when Nicolas Cage gets a glimpse of what his life would have been?
Yes.
All right, the angel, the black guy that was working
Oh,
in
yeah,
the store.
yeah.
He's been a million.
Yeah.
He's in Iron Man?
Yes, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle's amazing.
Yeah, he's the other Iron Man guy.
Yeah.
It was the military guy that turned into the new Iron Man, right?
Yes. And in fact, they change in the Marvel movies. They try to keep, what's his name as Iron Man the whole time, the same actor or whatever. They actually changed it in between Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2. The Don Cheadle replaced somebody else.
Not important.
Well, it's okay.
I'm not condoning, but he was also in Boogie Nights. He was.
Greg, why do you
in it.
always have to
Was he in it or not?
I've asked you
so
on the
was
show.
Mark Wahlberg, Greg, but we don't have to bring up Boogie
And
Nights
Burt
every time
Reynolds.
we talk. Yes.
You can't bring up any of these people. He goes, well, they're in Boogie Nights.
Can we talk about Smokey and the Bandit without talking about Boogie Nights?
Hey, it's an all-star cast.
It's a terrible movie. Terrible movie.
Okay, back
Philip
to the
Seymour
Wonder.
Hoffman was in it.
I know, Greg.
Great, Greg. Great.
How do you know all that?
Back to the Wonder Years. Do y'all remember when the older brother is driving the car and Fred Savage, the little brother, is trying to get in the car and he keeps going for the door handle, and the older brother keeps just scooting forward.
Fantastic.
That's one of the most iconic scenes I feel like in television.
Well, it's our world. I did all this.
Yes, you did that to Greg.
Absolutely.
My brother did that to me a million times.
100%.
And it gets you every time. He's like, hey, no, this time I'm serious. It's okay. I won't get you this time. And then they do it again and fall for it again.
And I hope the casting is as good in this one. The dad was cast perfectly.
Yes.
The hardworking guy that he's not real emotional, but he's there.
He's deep in that newspaper, but he looks over it and checks things out with the family and then goes back to the newspaper. It's fantastic.
Here's a flashback. Do you remember we're playing Fat Fest, and backstage is the guy who played the older brother in one of the years here at Oak Mountain?
He was working with Hell South.
Yes.
I remember that.
He's really short.
He came by on the show one day.
Yeah, the guy that played the big brother.
Oh, yeah, okay, the blonde guy. Yeah.
He was at Fat Fest for some reason when we were performing.
By the way, the nerdy guy in the Wonder Years did not grow up to be Marilyn Manson. Did y'all hear that rumor?
I've heard that 1,000 times.
The skinny guy with the glasses.
Not true.
It didn't grow up to be Marilyn Manson.
That was out there.
That's a pretty good rumor.
But Cindy Lou Who really did grow up to be in some weird band, didn't she?
Rick and Bubba.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com.
We're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, and we invite you to join us. May get to some phone calls here. So, if you want to see some things that are creepy, Adler, let's take a look at videos 2 and 3. Videos 2 and 3. So we this ongoing worldwide pandemic and all the different ways it's being handled, and we're not going to spend a ton of time on that. But other than, people are saying, well, the Australian people are really, really saying we can't just be locked down forever. That we got a great article here today where even the Washington Examiner, they've done a study saying that, we are going to, even though we think we are moving to get to the other side of the pandemic, and even they're saying some of the spikes that we're seeing in some states may actually be a backhanded good news, because it's showing that the combination of more people are getting vaccinated and more people are actually getting the virus and surviving it, that this is going to push us to the other side of it. And it will be, as they said, we could be on the ramp. Now it's going to be a slow ramp to get off of the highway and be done with it.
Yeah, good news, our numbers are beginning to go over the hill. So we're having some progress right now.
But one of the things that says is, look, we are going to have to learn to live our lives. We're going to have to learn to adapt and accept some level of disease ongoing. We're never going to get to the point that nobody can ever get COVID again. And we hope that we just get to the point where its severity has been all but stopped. But it's always going to be here. And the people of Australia are wanting to go back to living their lives. But listen to this in this weird video where there's a police loudspeaker. There's construction workers that are saying we can no longer be shut down because we need to be able to make a living. And they're protesting this. And check out this creepiness. This will be this 1984 stuff for you. Listen to this.
Attention. This is a police public order warning. You have previously been directed to leave. Leave now or force may be used. No further warnings will be given.
Is it? Wow, look at that. Look how creepy that is, guys. And
all this is over.
They want to go back to work?
This is a medical situation, huh?
Yeah. They want to go back to work, and this is about a virus with a 99% survival rate. And these construction workers who work outside.
Boy, that looks strangely like Janet Jackson's video, didn't it?
It really did.
Rhythm Nation.
Didn't think we'd get to Rhythm Nation today, but
well,
you were
it's
right.
got an Orwellian feel to it.
No, you're 100% right.
Or the Apple commercial from that time, too. They all look the same, except that one was real.
Do we remember talking about here about how leaders, the ruling class, tell us to live one way? In the third world country now known as San Francisco, Mayor London Breed, if you remember, said, hey, we will be wearing masks everywhere.
Mask me, baby.
We're going to be indoor mask mandate. But then we caught the mayor partying at a nightclub, and nobody is surprised, not wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah.
But Mayor London Breed wants to defend herself, and here she is.
Time at the Black Cat, and I think it's sad that this is even a story. The fact is there was something that was really monumental that occurred, and that is Tony, the original members, the brothers, Raphael Sadiq and Dwayne Wiggins, who have not performed in public for, I believe, at least over 20 years. They are just really some of the most incredible artists in the history of this country and the Bay Area in particular. And the fact that that is getting lost here is very unfortunate, not to mention the incredible trumpeter, Maurice Mobetta Brown, who is just phenomenal. These incredible musicians who performed and who really uplifted the spirits of not just myself, but all of the people who were there. And from my perspective, I was there, I was eating, and I was drinking, and I was sitting with my friends, and everyone who came in there was vaccinated. So the fact that we have turned this into a story about being maskless, no, I'm not going to sip and put my mask on, sip and put my mask on, sip and put my mask on, eat and put my mask on. While I'm eating and I'm drinking, I'm going to keep my mask off. And yes, in the end time, while we're drinking, like everyone else there, we were all having a good time. And again, all vaccinated.
Yeah, but that's not what you said, though. That's not what you said. Did you see how quick she tried to get us over to why are we ignoring this return of Tony? This is getting lost in the great trumpeter Mo Better.
Mo Better.
Look,
Mo Better Brown.
The reason why this is a story, ruling class, is because you, the Queen of San Francisco, told the citizens they won't be indoors, vaccinated or not, without a mask on, and you're in there without a mask on, and you're saying, I don't know.
We agree with you, Mayor. Just let us do what you're doing.
That's right.
That's all we're saying.
So you're saying you made a choice about your own life and your own personal safety,
Isn't that
and
interesting?
then you just lived your life without fear and just following rules for no reason. Is that what you're saying? Sounds great. Let's all just do that.
Look, and
sounds great to me.
Ruling class, they get to do it.
If the band is, if it's important enough, band wise, you're okay.
Yeah.
Because like
true.
Tony was because of what they meant to the Bay Area.
I mean, you got to come out and risk it.
By the way, she
You got to risk it.
You got to risk it.
It's worth the risk. It's Tony.
goodness.
Can I tell you this? And of course, she begins to exaggerate. If you want to say that they're precious to the Bay Area, I'm fine with that.
Well, they're a national band. They had some hits.
But they're not some musical pioneer. They're not some American music sensation. To the local
rules are off.
To me,
Tony's here. Rules are off.
She's trying to elevate them to the level of Kool and the Gang, and I won't have
There
it.
you go. That is offensive.
The bottom line is the ruling class wants to do whatever they want to do, and you do what they tell you to do, and you don't question them.
That's
You
right.
like it.
If you are vaccinated,
take it.
If you have antibodies, if you're not concerned about the virus, look at the Emmys, look at Obama's birthday party, look at Gavin Newsom in a restaurant, look at London Breed, look at what's actually going on.
Look at the border.
You can live your life how you want to live, especially once you've been vaccinated, because then they can't say anything, and you've diminished your risks. And if you don't feel like you're a person at risk anyways, just live your life. The only time I wear a mask is when I have to go pick up my kid. I have to go in there and I have to wear a mask. That's the only time in my entire life, and that's because it's a policy of a place that I have to go.
Sure,
that's
you
how
just
everybody
do
else
it
should
and
live
deal
too.
with it.
That's it. Thank you, Adler.
Thank you, Madman in short.
But you're not ruling class, so you're different.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba to the house.